Raymond Williams and the Politics of Abstraction. These were questions that preoccupied Raymond Williams, erupting again and again in his work, though, for reasons that will shortly become apparent, they are far better articulated in his novels than in his cultural theorizing. My purpose here is not, I should make plain, to hold up Williams as some paragon of virtue on these matters. Indeed, I accept the criticism that the nearer he steers in his theorizing to what might be called cultural holism, the view that culture must be understood as a whole way of life and that social practices have to be construed as indissoluble elements of a continuous social material process, the closer he comes to an organicist view of the social order that cannot help but be exclusionary with respect to outsiders and in some respects oppressive for insiders, too. The critical interventions of said one and of Gilroy too strongly point to the difficulty with respect to outsiders, the latter accusing Williams of complicity with a metropolitan colonialism and imperialism by virtue of his situatedness within the structures of feeling that were associated with working-class support for the British Empire. A purely organicist view makes it equally difficult to examine multiple forces of oppression and domination within a cultural configuration. Williams, it is generally acknowledged, is nowhere near sensitive enough on the gender issue, for example, though, again, he felt he handled such questions much more firmly in his novels than in his theorizing. Roman's 3 sympathetic and constructive critique of some of the pitfalls into which Williams sometimes seems to fall exposes some of the dangers as well as opportunities that Williams creates from both a feminist and a more racially sensitive perspective. There is no doubt, either, that Williams's reluctance to let go of lived experience leads him to accept, as Hall 4 has remarked, a rather empiricist notion of experience as if there were nothing problematic about taking daily experience as a direct basis for theory construction. Williams's reticence in this regard has even led some critics to conclude, erroneously I believe, that Williams made no real theoretical contributions at all, save giving Gramsci's notions of hegemony a new and somewhat more nuanced lease of life. Yet there is a certain paradox at work here, for it is also true that Williams's influence, in spite of all his supposed defects, remains powerful in contemporary cultural studies, with their emphasis on the counter-hegemonies of feminist, third world, and working-class movements. 5. I shall not here try either to defend or offer a systematic critique of Williams's controversial stances on politics and culture. 6 But there are 2 crucial points concerning his work which may explain why so many of his most trenchant critics so often find themselves returning to his formulations. The first concerns the dialectical way in which his concepts get formulated. Consider, for example, the following passage. In most description and analysis, culture and society are expressed in an habitual past tense. The strongest barrier to the recognition of human cultural activity is this immediate and regular conversion of experience into finished products. What is defensible as a procedure in conscious history, where on certain assumptions many actions can be definitively taken as having ended, is habitually projected, not only into the always moving substance of the past, but into contemporary life, in which relationships, institutions, and formations in which we are still actively involved are converted, by this procedural mode, into formed wholes rather than forming and formative processes. Analysis is then centered on relations between these produced institutions, formations, and experiences, so that now, as in that produced past, only the fixed explicit forms exist, and living presence is always, by definition, receding. 7. Williams is not immune from the tendency to produce alienated conceptions that instantiate formed wholes as dominance over forming and formative processes. But certainly in this passage he declares a strong preference for dialectical readings that prioritize the understanding of processes over things, so that any organicist notion of community, for example, is tempered by the knowledge of the complicated flows and processes that sustain it. Williams here charts a terrain of theoretical possibilities in which the reduction of relations between people into relations between concepts can be continuously challenged, while our understanding of relationships, institutions, and forms can be brought alive by focusing attention on the processes that work to produce, sustain or dissolve them. The second point is that the manner of embeddedness, as contemporary sociologists such as Granovetter refer to it, of political action in what anthropologists like to term intimate culture. 9 is simultaneously empowering and problematic. But it also follows that the abstractions to which we appeal cannot be understood independently of whatever it is that political and theoretical activity is embedded in and whatever it is that social life is being intimate about. A study of some of Williams's formulations can here be extremely helpful, since he both uses and systematically questions the notion of embeddedness and intimate culture. In what follows, I shall pay particular attention to the way Williams treats environment, space, and place as framing concepts that help define what these ideas might mean. The novel as environmental history. Press your fingers close on this lichened sandstone. With this stone and this grass, with this red earth, this place was received and made and remade. Its generations are distinct but all suddenly present. Point 10. So ends the opening statement of both volumes of Williams's last and unfinished novel, People of the Black Mountains. The story begins in 23,000 BC and passes across periods of vast environmental and social change. The second story, for example, is set at the edge of the great ice sheet that surrounded the Black Mountains at the maximum point of glaciation in 16,000 BC. Subsequent episodes take up the advent of settled agriculture, writing and other key moments of transformation of both the physical and social environment through human action. The earlier reconstructions draw heavily on archaeological, paleological, and environmental history. The list of sources furnished at the end of Volume 2 is extensive, while the later periods lean much more heavily on the works of economic, social, and cultural historians, making this a fictional account deeply rooted in those material realities identified through research across a wide range of disciplines. In episode after episode, the people who have traversed and struggled in that place are imagined into life. So why was one of Britain's most eminent socialist thinkers, in the very last fictional work he undertook, writing the social and environmental history of the Black Mountains? One partial answer to that question presumably lies in Williams's insistence that social beings can never escape their embeddedness in the world of nature and that no conception of political action could, in the final analysis, afford abstractions that did not encompass that fact. Nature was, thus, a key word for Williams. 11, perhaps the most complex word in the language, since the idea of it contains, though often unnoticed, an extraordinary amount of human history, both complicated and changing, as other ideas and experiences change. Point 12. An inquiry into environmental history as well as into changing conceptions of nature therefore provided a privileged and powerful way to inquire into and understand social and cultural change. Williams construes the social and environmental dialectically, as different faces of the same coin. Williams's close attention to the environmental side was, however, bound to throw into relief certain features that might otherwise be missed. His materialism and critical realism always see to it that work, or what he elsewhere calls livelihood, broadly understood as a simultaneously life-giving and culturally creative activity, is the fundamental process through which our relation to and understanding of the world of nature get constituted. Once we begin to speak of men mixing their labor with the earth, we are in a whole world of new relations between man and nature, and to separate natural history from social history becomes extremely problematic. 13. Such a dialectical and transformative view of how specific social relations connect to new ways of mixing labor with the land is not unique to Williams. It echoes, for example, the views of Marx and Engels that as long as men exist, the history of nature and the history of men are mutually conditioned, because through this movement he acts upon external nature and changes it, and in this way he simultaneously changes his own nature. Point 14. The environmental historian William Crinan 15 similarly argues. An ecological history begins by assuming a dynamic and changing relationship between environment and culture, one as apt to produce contradictions as continuities. Moreover, it assumes that the interactions of the two are dialectical. Environment may initially shape the range of choices available to a people at a given moment, but then culture reshapes environment responding to those choices. The reshaped environment presents a new set of possibilities for cultural reproduction, thus setting up a new cycle of mutual determination. Changes in the way people create and recreate their livelihood must be analyzed in terms of changes not only in their social relations but in their ecological ones as well. But the environmental history of the Black Mountains is not something that evolves purely in place. The novel is also a story of wave after wave of migratory influences and colonizations that situate the history of the Black Mountains in a matrix of spatiality, constituted by the flows and movements pulsing across Europe and beyond. The distinctiveness, or what Williams affectionately calls the sweetness of the place, gets constructed through the working out in that place of interventions and influences from outside. The three themes of place, space, and environment are tightly interwoven in this particular novel as inseparable elements in complex processes of social and environmental transformation. Why choose the novel as a vehicle to explore these themes? Why not write straight environmental history, or rest content with the abundant source materials upon which Williams draws? I think there are two reasons. The first is explicitly laid out again and again in the novels as key characters reflect on the nature of the knowledge and understandings they hold. In People of the Black Mountains 16 we find Glenn, the person through whom the voices and tales of the past become historically present, looking for his uncle lost on the mountains, reflecting thus on the vast literatures assembled by different disciplines about the place. Yet the kinds of scrutiny that were built into these disciplines had their own weaknesses. They would reduce what they were studying to an internal procedure, in the worst cases to material for an enclosed career. If lives and places were being seriously sought, a powerful attachment to lives and to places was entirely demanded. The polystyrene model and its textual and theoretical equivalents remained different from the substance they reconstructed and simulated. At his books and maps in the library, or in the house in the valley, there was a common history which could be translated anywhere, in a community of evidence and rational inquiry. Yet he had only to move on the mountains for a different kind of mind to assert itself, stubbornly native and local, yet reaching beyond to a wider common flow where touch and breadth replaced record and analysis, not history as narrative but stories as lives. This is a familiar theme in all of Williams's novels, and it is interesting to note how it presages the move within history of a shift from narrative to story form. In Border Country, we similarly encounter Matthew Price, like Williams, a Cambridge-educated son of a railway signalman from a rural Welsh community, but now fictionally placed as a university lecturer in economic history in London. His work on population movements in Wales in the 19th century has hit an impasse. The data are all there but something is missing. The techniques I have learned have the solidity and precision of ice cubes, while a given temperature is maintained. But it is a temperature I can't really maintain, the door of the box keeps flying open. It's hardly a population movement from Glenmar to London, but it's a change of substance, as it must have been for them, when they left their villages. And the ways of measuring this are not only outside my discipline. They are somewhere else altogether, that I can feel but not handle, touch but not grasp. Point 17. The implication is clear enough and applies with great force to Williams's own work. Concerned as he always was with the lived lives of people, the novel form allows him to represent the daily qualities of those lives in ways that could not be handled or grasped by other means. So while on the one hand Williams insists that his novels should not be treated as separate from his cultural theorizing, he also freely admits that he found some themes far easier to explore in his novels than in his theoretical work. Point 18. There is another reason behind the choice of the novel form. He wants always to emphasize the ways in which personal and particular choices made under given conditions are the very essence of historical geographical change. The novel is not subject to closure in the same way that more analytic forms of thinking are. There are always choices and possibilities, perpetually unresolved tensions and differences, subtle shifts in structures of feeling, all of which stand to alter the terms of debate and political action, even under the most difficult and dire of conditions. It was for precisely this reason that Williams admired Brecht's theatre. Brecht, he says, discovered ways of enacting genuine alternatives, not so much as in traditional drama, through the embodiment of alternatives in opposing characters, but by their embodiment in one person, who lives through this way and then that and invites us to draw our own conclusions. Point 19. This means, he goes on to point out, that there is no imposed resolution, the tension is there to the end, and we are invited to consider it. All of Williams's central characters live that tension. The stories of the people of the Black Mountains are precisely about that. Politically, this allows Williams to remind us of the way in which these people, by virtue of the choices they made and the ways they lived their lives, are all historically present. His aim is empowerment in the present through celebrating the strength and capacity to survive. But it is not only that. The crisis which came to me on the death of my father, who was a socialist and a railway worker, I haven't been able to explain this to people properly, perhaps I explained it partly in my novel Border Country, was the sense of a kind of defeat for an idea of value. Maybe this was an unreasonable response. All right, he died too early, but men and women die. But it was very difficult not to see him as a victim at the end. I suppose it was this kind of experience which sent me back to the historical novel I'm now writing, People of the Black Mountains, about the movements of history over a very long period, in and through a particular place in Wales. And this history is a record of defeat, invasion, victimization, oppression. When one sees what was done to the people who are physically my ancestors, one feels it to be almost incredible. The defeats have occurred over and over again, and what my novel is then trying to explore is simply the condition of anything surviving at all. It's not a matter of the simple patriotic answer, we're Welsh, and still here. It's the infinite resilience, even deviousness, with which people have managed to persist in profoundly unfavorable conditions, and the striking diversity of beliefs in which they've expressed their autonomy. A sense of value which has won its way through different kinds of oppression of different forms, an ingrained and indestructible yet also changing embodiment of the possibilities of common life. Point 20. The embeddedness that Williams here wants to celebrate is the ability of human beings, as social beings, to perpetuate and nurture in their daily lives and cultural practices the possibility of that sense of value that seeks a commonality to social life even in the midst of a striking heterogeneity of beliefs. But the maintenance of such a sense of value depends crucially upon a certain kind of interpersonal relating that typically occurs in particular places. The dialectics of space and place. So what were people building in the Black Mountains? It was a place that was being received and made and remade. But what did place mean to Williams? It is not one of his key words, though community, which is generally given a place-bound connotation in his work, is. Nevertheless, a new theory of socialism must now centrally involve place. Remember, the argument was that the proletariat had no country, the factor which differentiated it from the property-owning classes. But place has been shown to be a crucial element in the bonding process, more so perhaps for the working class than the capital-owning classes, by the explosion of the international economy and the destructive effects of deindustrialization upon old communities. When capital has moved on, the importance of place is more clearly revealed. Point 21. The embeddedness of working class political action is, according to this account, primarily in place. In his novels, however, the meaning of place becomes particularly clear, since it is almost as if the processes of place creation and dissolution, again a very dialectical conception as compared to the formed entity of an actual place, become active agents in the action. But the constitution of place cannot be abstracted from the shifting patterns of space relations. This is well established in People of the Black Mountains and was, of course, the guiding principle that allowed Williams to construct the incredibly rich literary analysis deployed in The Country and the City. But this material relation is rendered even more vivid in the strike episode in Border Country. Political consciousness in a rural Welsh village community, traversed by a railway line along which goods and information flow, gets transformed by virtue of its relation to the miners' strike in South Wales, only in the end to be sold out by decisions taken in London. In an essay on the general strike of 1926, Williams 22 makes clear how the episode in Border Country was shaped only after long conversations with his father. He then reflects on the structure of the problem as follows. These men at that country station were industrial workers, trade unionists, in a small group within a primarily rural and agricultural economy. All of them, like my father, still had close connections with that agricultural life. At the same time, by the very fact of the railway, with the trains passing through, from the cities, from the factories, from the ports, from the collieries, and by the fact of the telephone and the telegraph, which was especially important for the Sein-Allmen, who through it had a community with other Sein-Allmen over a wide social network, talking beyond their work with men they might never actually meet but whom they knew very well through voice, opinion, and story, they were part of a modern industrial working class. The point of the strike episode is to show how something special is achieved, in this case a realization of class consciousness and an understanding of the possibility, and this word is always lurking in the margins of all of Williams's discussions, of a real alternative. But this possibility is arrived at precisely through the internalization within that particular place and community of impulses originating from outside. How those external impulses were transformed and internalized as a very local structure of feeling is a crucial part of the story. Something very special occurred in the fictional Glenmar. The strike, he narrates, had raised the prospects of common improvement to an extraordinary practical vividness. 23, and in the actual Panda, giving a meaning to socialism that was of a peculiarly high order, thus making the tragedy of its sell-out from afar particularly devastating. There is a counterflow at work here. After the collapse of the strike, one of its dynamic leaders, Morgan Prosser, takes to doing business deals until he ultimately becomes the biggest businessman in the valley, only in the end to be bought out by corporate capital. Says Morgan, "This place is finished, as it was. What matters from now on is not the fields, not the mountains, but the road. There'll be no village, as a place on its own. There'll just be a name you pass through, houses along the road. And that's where you'll be living, mind. On a roadside." 24. While Morgan always professes his willingness to give up his business ways if another genuine alternative for common betterment can be found, he pushes home relentlessly the view that the only choice is either to settle in place and take what comes or to internalize whatever can be had from the external forces at play and use them to particular, personal, or place-bound advantage. In the fight for Minot, this local place-bound internalization of capitalistic values becomes even more apparent. Says Peter Owen, the radical sociologist co-opted to look at what a new town built in the rural backwater of Minot in Wales might mean, the actual history is back there in the bloody centre, the Birmingham, Dusseldorf axis, with offices in London, Brussels, Paris, Rome. What always breaks us up is this money from outside, complains local resident Gwen. 25. As the tale of secret land company procurements comes to light, we see how a faceless capitalism exercises a deeply corrupting influence on everyone. The companies. And then the distance, the everyday obviousness of the distance, between that lane in Minot, all the immediate problems of Gwen and Ivor and Trevor and Gavin and the others, the distance from them to this register of companies, but at the same time the relations are so solid, so registered. The transactions reach right down to them. Not just as a force from outside but as a force they've engaged with, are now part of. Yet still a force that cares nothing about them, that's just driving its own way. 26. What follows for Matthew is the bitter realization that, to follow what seem our own interests, as these farmers are doing in Minot, isn't against this process but is part of it, is its local reproduction. All of this poses acute problems of political identity depending upon the spatial range across which political thought and action is construed as possible. This is Tom Murrig, Peter said. He lives in Llanidloes or in Europe, I can't remember which. Tom Murrig laughed. He can't make up his mind, Peter said, whether to proclaim an immediate federation of the Celtic peoples, with honorary membership for the Basques, or whether simply to take over Europe, with this new communal socialism they've been dreaming up in the hills. Either of those, Murrig said, or the third possibility, getting one of our people onto the district council. 27. The humor of that exchange conceals an incredible tension. It turns out that the internalization of these external forces in Minot depends crucially upon a farmer on the district council having privileged knowledge of plans being hatched elsewhere. The relevant place and range of political action, as well as action in the novel, cannot get resolved outside of a particularly dialectical way of defining loyalties to place across space. And within such loyalties we will always find a peculiar tension between resistance and complicity. The place of socialist politics. Williams tries to incorporate place more directly into socialist theorizing. The key phrase here is what Williams calls militant particularism. I want to pay particular attention to this idea since it captures something very important about both the history and prospects for socialism, at least insofar as Williams saw them. Williams 28 reflects as follows. The unique and extraordinary character of working-class self-organization has been that it has tried to connect particular struggles to a general struggle in one quite special way. It has set out, as a movement, to make real what is at first sight the extraordinary claim that the defense and advancement of certain particular interests, properly brought together, are in fact the general interest. Ideals forged out of the affirmative experience of solidarities in one place get generalist and universalist as a working model of a new form of society that will benefit all of humanity. This is what Williams means by militant particularism, and he sees it as deeply ingrained in the history of progressive socialism in Britain as well as a most significant part of the history of Wales. It is not hard to generalize the point, even though Williams himself was reluctant to let go of the particularities and specificities of actual places as the fundamental basis for his thinking. The French revolutionaries, after all, proclaimed doctrines of the rights of man. The international workers' movement proclaimed the global transition to socialism for the benefit of all. The civil rights movement in the United States articulated a politics of universal racial justice. Certain wings of contemporary feminism and the ecology movement project their militant particularism as the basis for a wide-ranging social reconstruction that will benefit, if not save, us all. Williams appears to suggest that many if not all forms of political engagement have their grounding in a militant particularism based in particular structures of feeling of the sort I encountered in Cowley. But the difficulty is that because it had begun as local and affirmative, assuming an unproblematic extension from its own local and community experience to a much more general movement, it was always insufficiently aware of the quite systematic obstacles which stood in the way. 29. Such obstacles could only be understood through abstractions capable of confronting processes not accessible to direct local experience. And here is the rub. The move from tangible solidarities understood as patterns of social life organized in effective and knowable communities to a more abstract set of conceptions that would have universal purchase involves a move from one level of abstraction, attached to place, to another level of abstractions capable of reaching out across space. And in that move, something was bound to be lost. In came, Williams ruefully notes, necessarily, the politics of negation, the politics of differentiation, the politics of abstract analysis. And these, whether we liked them or not, were now necessary even to understand what was happening. Even the language changes, shifting from words like our community and our people in the coal fields to the organized working class, the proletariat and the masses in the metropolis, where the abstractions are most hotly debated. 30. The shift from one conceptual world, from one level of abstraction to another, can threaten that sense of value and common purpose that grounds the militant particularism achieved in particular places. This was my saddest discovery, when I found that in myself, that most crucial form of imperialism had happened. That is to say, where parts of your mind are taken over by a system of ideas, a system of feelings, which really do emanate from the power center. Right back in your own mind, and right back inside the oppressed and deprived community, there are reproduced elements of the thinking and the feeling of that dominating center. If that negative politics is the only politics, then it is the final victory of a mode of thought which seems to me the ultimate product of capitalist society. Whatever its political label, it is a mode of thought which really has made relations between men into relations between things or relations between concepts. 31. The tension between the different levels and kinds of abstractions to which individuals necessarily appeal in order to understand their relation to the world is particularly vivid in his novels, often internalized within the conflicting emotions of the protagonists. In Border Country, Matthew takes that name given by his father into the wider world, but in Glenmar he is always known as Will, the name his mother wanted. The duality of that identity, who is he, Matthew or Will, is perpetually at work throughout the novel. Caught in that duality, it becomes almost impossible to find a language with which to speak. He was trained to detachment, the language itself, consistently abstracting and generalizing, supported him in this. And the detachment was real in another way. He felt, in this house, both a child and a stranger. He could not speak as either, could not speak really as himself at all, but only in the terms that this pattern offered. 32. The tension is registered even in the way in which a familiar landscape gets remembered. It was one thing to carry its image in his mind, as he did, everywhere, never a day passing but he closed his eyes and saw it again, his only landscape. But it was different to stand and look at the reality. It was not less beautiful, every detail of the land came up with its old excitement. But it was not still, as the image had been. It was no longer a landscape or a view, but a valley that people were using. He realized as he watched, what had happened in going away. The valley as landscape had been taken, but its work forgotten. The visitor sees beauty, the inhabitant a place where he works and has friends. Far away, closing his eyes, he had been seeing this valley, but as a visitor sees it, as the guidebook sees it, this valley, in which he had lived more than half his life. 33. This distinction between a tourist gaze and lived lives in place is vital to Williams. Lived lives and the sense of value that attaches thereto are embedded in an environment actively molded and achieved through work, play and a wide array of cultural practices. There is a deep continuity here between the environmental ambience of Border Country and the more explicit environmental history of People of the Black Mountains. Only at the end of the former novel can Matthew/Will come together, perhaps to reconcile the different structures of feeling that arise through the mind that asserts itself walking on the mountains and the knowledge achieved through the polystyrene models and their theoretical equivalents. Now it seems like the end of exile. Not going back, but the feeling of exile ending. For the distance is measured, and that is what matters. By measuring the distance, we come home. 34. Again and again, the same duality erupts in Williams's novels. The battle between different levels of abstraction, between distinctively understood particularities of places and the necessary abstractions required to take those understandings into a wider realm, the fight to transform militant particularism into something more substantial on the world stage of capitalism, all of these elements become central lines of contradiction and tension that power the storyline of the novels. Loyalties turns crucially on such tensions. And in that novel we get a far more profound exploration of certain dilemmas than comes from any of the theoretical work. A question of loyalties. The story of loyalties begins with a meeting in 1936 between Welsh miners and Cambridge University students on a farmstead in Wales to work out common means to fight fascism in Spain. Out of that meeting comes a brief passionate liaison between a Welsh girl, Nesta, who has striking artistic talents, and Norman, a young Cambridge student from an upper-class background. The question of their distinctive places, both materially and in the structure of society, is raised immediately. She maintains that the place, Dany Capel, has made her what she is. He graciously concedes that it must therefore be a good place, but then urges her not to get stuck in it. She remains there for the rest of her life, the woman embedded in the particular place that has both nurtured her and which she continues to nurture, while he, the man, returns to a more cosmopolitan, internationalist and seemingly rootless world of international political intrigue and scientific inquiry. Though the two never talk again after their brief initial encounters, the novel turns on the continuance of the tension between them, primarily in the figure of Gwyn, the son born out of wedlock between two class and gender positions, the one closely place-bound and the other ranging more widely across space, within a supposedly common politics defined largely through the Communist Party. Gwyn, like Matthew Price in Border Country, internalises the tension. Raised in that place where Nesta dwells, he eventually goes to Cambridge to study, in part at the insistence of Norman's sister, who performs a crucial link role nurturing a familial connection to Gwyn that Norman broadly ignores. The place-bound politics arising out of the experience of class solidarities and gender relations in Wales is radically different from the more abstract conceptions held by academics and party leaders. The difference is not, it should be noted, between parochialism and universalism. The minor, Bert, who ultimately marries Gwyn's mother and becomes Gwyn's real father, fights in Spain alongside other workers and students. When the student who was close to Norman at Cambridge is killed in action, Bert acquires his binoculars, a symbolic terrain of vision, only on his deathbed to hand them on to Gwyn. Bert also fights in World War II, billed as the ultimate war against fascism, and suffers a hideous injury in Normandy that permanently disfigures his face. Bert forever carries the marks of his internationalist commitments on his body. Norman, Gwyn's biological father, dwells in a different world and fashions loyalties to the party and to the cause in a radically different way. Perhaps modelled on Burgess, Maclean, Philby, and Blunt, the Cambridge group who became Soviet agents during the 1930s, Norman is involved in passing on scientific knowledge to the communist powers, suffering interrogation and perpetual mental pressures, acquiring internal mental scars as he anguishes over whether to sustain loyalties contracted in one era when they made sense, in a Cold War world where conscience might dictate another course of action. Williams does not, interestingly, condemn Norman, though Bert's bitter deathbed judgment is powerfully registered against these runaways from their class. They used us, we know now we got to do it by ourselves. Gwyn echoes this judgment. Norman and his ilk were the very worst because they involved in their betrayal what should have been the alternative, their own working class party, their socialism. But Gwyn's final angry confrontation with Norman, see below, is paralleled by an extraordinary outburst directed against Gwyn by his mother, Nesta. The occasion arises when she reveals to him two sketch portraits she has hidden away, one of the young Norman, fair-haired and ethereal, and the other of a now-deceased Bert, drawn after his return from the war, a portrait that was terrible beyond any likeness, as if the already damaged face was still being broken and pulled apart. Gwyn is deeply moved but can only say how intensely beautiful the latter portrait is. She was staring at him angrily. Her face and body seemed twisted with sudden pain. He was bewildered because he had never seen her in even ordinary anger. She had been always so contained and quiet and pleasant, always younger than her age, self-possessed and slightly withdrawn. "It is not beautiful," she screamed, in a terrible high voice. "Ma'am, please, I didn't mean that," Gwyn struggled to say. "Do you understand nothing?" she screamed. "Do you know nothing? Have you learned nothing? Ma'am, all I meant." "It is not beautiful," she cried again. "It's ugly. It's destroying. It's human flesh broken and pulped. Yes. Yes, in him. But the truth, that you saw the truth, it's ugly, she screamed, now past all control. 35. The violent clash of sensibilities, of structures of feeling, as Williams puts it, says it all. The problem here is not only the level of abstraction at which the worldview of socialist politics gets constituted, but of the very different structures of feeling that can attach to those different levels of abstraction. Gwyn has acquired the distance to look upon the portrait of his father as a work of art, as an aesthetic event, as a thing of beauty, precisely because it can capture and represent the awfulness of disfigurement with an elemental truth. But for Nesta it is not the representation that matters, but what is being represented. The sheer pain of that always remains fundamental and elemental. The difficulties posed by the search for any kind of critical distance then come more clearly into focus. In Border Country, for example, Matthew/Will takes to climbing the nearby mountain, the Kestrel, and admiring the view from on high. Looking at the patch where he had been raised, he knew it was not only a place, but people, yet from here it was as if no one lived there, no one had ever lived there, and yet, in its stillness, it was a memory of himself. The mountain had this power, to abstract and to clarify, but in the end he could not stay here, he must go back down where he lived. 36. And then, on the way down, the shapes faded and the ordinary identities returned. The voice in his mind faded and the ordinary voice came back. Like old Blakely asking, digging his stick in the turf. What will you be reading, Will? Books, sir. No, better not. History, sir. History from the Kestrel, where you sit and watch memory move, across the wide valley. That was the sense of it, to watch, to interpret, to try and get clear. Only the wind narrowing the eyes, and so much living in you, deciding what you will see and how you will see it. Never above, watching. You'll find what you're watching is yourself. 37. But it is only partly the level of abstraction at which different representations operate that is vital here. For there is something else going on in these interchanges that derives from the kind of abstraction achievable given different ways of acquiring knowledge of the world. And here there is a definite polarization in Williams's argument. Ingold 38, in a rather different context, describes the opposition as that between a vision of the world as a sphere which encompasses us or as a globe upon which we can gaze. The local is not a more limited or narrowly focused apprehension than the global, it is one that rests on an altogether different mode of apprehension, one based on an active, perceptual engagement with components of the dwelt-in world, in the practical business of life, rather than on the detached, disinterested observation of a world apart. In the local perspective, the world is a sphere, centered on a particular place. From this experiential center, the attention of those who live there is drawn ever deeper into the world, in the quest for knowledge and understanding. Both Bert and Nesta seem always to be reaching out from their centered place, Danny Capel, whereas Norman always tries to understand the world in a more detached way en route to arriving at his political commitments. Gwyn internalizes both perspectives and is riven with conflicting thoughts and feelings. Yet, William seems to be saying, we cannot do without both kinds of abstraction any more than we can do without the conflicting modes of representation that necessarily attach thereto. Williams tries to define a complementary, even dialectical relation between the two visions, though I think it is evident on what side of that opposition he feels most comfortable. We should, he again and again insists, never forget the brute ugliness of the realities of lived experience for the oppressed. We should not aestheticize or theorize those lived realities out of existence as felt pains and passions. To do so is to diminish or even to lose the raw anger against injustice and exploitation that powers so much of the striving for social change. The formulaic view that truth is beauty, for example, deserves to be treated with the wrath that Nesta metes out. The question of loyalties is defined, then, by both the level and the kind of abstraction through which political questions are formulated. As an effective and emotive political force, loyalties always attach to certain definite structures of feeling. The richest characters in all of Williams's novels are precisely those who internalize different and conflicting loyalties to radically different structures of feeling, Gwyn in Loyalties or Matthew Price in Border Country and Owen Price in Second Generation. And it is no accident here that Williams turns to the novel form to explore the conflicts and tensions. The Brechtian strategy is everywhere apparent and suggests not only that the tensions can never be resolved but that we should never expect them to be. By perpetually keeping them open, we keep open a primary resource for the creative thinking and practices necessary to achieve progressive social change. This is a telling formulation of a problem that many of us can surely recognize. I certainly recognize it not only as someone who, like Williams, went from an English state school to a Cambridge education, but also more immediately in the contested politics of the Cowley Project. Where did my loyalties lie? Williams's warnings are salutary. The possibility of betrayal looms, in our heads as well as in our actions, as we move from one level of abstraction or from one kind of epistemology to another. The dissident shop stewards in the Cowley car plant probably said unkind words about me of exactly the sort that Bert said of the class runaways in Loyalties. Interestingly, Hayter, though herself even more of a class runaway than me, inserted into the conclusion the very strong words of a shop steward in the plant: betrayal is a process, not an individual act, and it is not always conscious. While the comment was not directed at me, it could well have been in the light of our discussions. But betrayal is a complex as well as a bitter term. Let me go back to the fictional account in Loyalties for a moment. Here is how Norman's close associate defends him to Gwyn. There are genuine acts of betrayal of groups to which one belongs. But you have only to look at the shifts of alliance and hostility, both the international shifts and within them the complex alliances and hostilities of classes, to know how dynamic this definable quantity becomes. There are traitors within a class to a nation, and within a nation to a class. People who live in times when these loyalties are stable are more fortunate than we were. Not only in times. In places, Gwyn said. 39. In any case, Norman was involved in scientific research that had a completely different domain of reference. This entailed a dynamic conflict within a highly specialized field. It was vital to prevent it, through imbalance, reaching that exceptionally dangerous stage in which, by its own logic, it passed beyond nations and classes and beyond all the loyalties that any of us had known. Except, perhaps, in the end, a simple loyalty to the human species. 40. Nothing of such moment was involved in the Cowley case, of course. Although there is one minor twist at the end of Loyalties that would make the connection. Norman, allowed to retire without disgrace, has bought a wood to save it from development. In the face of Gwyn's accusation of class betrayal, of betrayal of the morality of shared existence that underlies the militant particularism of a community like Danny Capel, Norman argues. You abuse what you call my class, but what you are really abusing is knowledge and reason. By the way the society is, it is here, with us, that ideas are generated. So it has been with socialism, at once the good ideas and the errors. Yet we have begun to correct them, and this is all that can be done. In reason and in conscience our duty now is not to something called socialism, it is to conserving and saving the earth. Yet nothing significant for either is generated among what you call your fellow countrymen. Indeed, that is, precisely, their deprivation. It is also their inadequacy, and then what are you asking of me? That I should be loyal to ignorance, to short-sightedness, to prejudice, because these exist in my fellow countrymen? That I should stay still and connive in the destruction of the earth because my fellow countrymen are taking part in it? And that I should do this because of some traditional scruple, that I am bound to inherit a common inadequacy, a common ignorance, because its bearers speak the same tongue, inhabit the same threatened island. What morality, really, do you propose in that? Gwyn's response is sharp. What you thought about communism, what you now think about nature, is no more than a projection of what suited you. The fact that for others each belief is substantial merely enabled you to deceive them. 41. The argument in Loyalties is not, of course, resolved. And I think Williams's point is to insist that it will never be. Loyalties contracted at one scale, in one place and in terms of a particular structure of feeling, cannot easily or simply be carried over without transformation or translation into the kinds of loyalties required to make socialism a viable movement either elsewhere or in general. But in the act of translation something important necessarily gets lost, leaving behind a bitter residue of always unresolved tension. Loyalties, identities, and political commitments. Accepting this leads to some uncomfortable political reflections. Let me depict them at their starkest. The socialist cause in Britain has always been powered by militant particularisms of the sort that Williams described in Wales, and that I encountered in Cowley. A good deal of historical evidence could, I believe, be assembled in support of that argument. A recent volume of essays, Fighting Back in Appalachia 42 documents the point brilliantly within the United States. But those militant particularisms, even when they can be brought together into a national movement, as they have been at various historical moments by the Labour Party in Britain, are in some senses profoundly conservative because they rest on the perpetuation of patterns of social relations and community, of solidarities and loyalties, achieved under a certain kind of oppressive and uncaring industrial order. While ownership may change, through nationalization, for example, the mines and assembly lines must be kept going, for these are the material basis for the ways of social relating and mechanisms of class solidarity embedded in particular places and communities. Socialist politics acquires its conservative edge because it cannot easily be about the radical transformation and overthrow of old modes of working and living. It must in the first instance be about keeping the coal mines open and the assembly lines moving at any cost. Witness the tangled industrial policy of successive British Labour governments in the 1960s and 1970s. Should the struggle at Cowley be to keep the increasingly oppressive jobs in the car plant going, or to seek out different, better, healthier, more satisfying jobs in some quite different and more ecologically sensitive system of production? At a time of weakness and no alternatives, the Cowley struggle necessarily focused on the former objective, but I had the distinct impression that even in the long run and under the best of circumstances it would always be thus for those working on the shop floor, for those most strongly imbued with the militant particularism associated with working in the plant. There is another way of putting this. Can the political and social identities forged under an oppressive industrial order of a certain sort operating in a certain place survive the collapse or radical transformation of that order? The immediate answer I shall proffer is no, and again I think a good deal of evidence can be marshaled to support that conclusion. If that is the case, then perpetuation of those political identities and loyalties requires perpetuation of the oppressive conditions that gave rise to them. Working class movements may then seek to perpetuate or return to the conditions of oppression that spawned them, in much the same way that those women who have acquired their sense of self under conditions of male violence return again and again to living with violent men. That parallel is instructive here. It is, as many feminists have argued and many women have shown, possible to break the pattern, to come out of the dependency. Working class movements can similarly retain a revolutionary impulse while taking on new political identities under transformed conditions of working and living. But it is a long, hard process that needs a lot of careful work. Williams recognizes this difficulty explicitly in his discussion of the ecological issue. It is no use simply saying to South Wales miners that all around them is an ecological disaster. They already know. They live in it. They have lived in it for generations. They carry it with them in their lungs. But you cannot just say to people who have committed their lives and their communities to certain kinds of production that this has all got to be changed. You can't just say, come out of the harmful industries, come out of the dangerous industries, let us do something better. Everything will have to be done by negotiation, by equitable negotiation, and it will have to be taken steadily along the way. Point 43. The worry at the end of that road of negotiation is that socialist parties and governments will only succeed in undermining the social and political identities and loyalties that provide the seedbed of their own support. Again, quite a bit of evidence can be marshaled for that proposition in Western Europe since World War II. Socialism, it could be argued, is always about the negation of the material conditions of its own political identity. But it so happens that capitalism has fortuitously taken a path these last 20 years towards the elimination of many of the militant particularisms that have traditionally grounded socialist politics. The mines have closed, the assembly lines have been cut back or shut down, the shipyards turned silent. We then either take the position that Hayter voiced to me, that the future of socialism in Oxford depended on the outcome of a struggle to get mass employment in car production back into Cowley, a view I could not accept, or else have to search for new combinations of both old and new forms of militant particularism to ground rather different version of socialist politics. I see no option except to take the latter path, however difficult and problematic it may be. This does not entail abandoning class politics for those of the new social movements, but exploring different forms of alliances that can reconstitute and renew class politics. Put pragmatically, class politics in Oxford could survive the total closure of the Cowley plant, but only if it secures a new basis. There is still another dimension to all this, which has to do with the question of spatial scale and temporal horizon. With respect to the former, Neil Smith 44 has recently remarked how we have done a very bad job of learning to negotiate between and link across different spatial scales of social theorizing and political action. He emphasizes what I see as a central confusion in contemporary constructions of socialism arising out of an extensive silence on the question of scale. The theory of geographical scale, more correctly the theory of the production of geographical scale, is grossly underdeveloped. In effect, there is no social theory of geographical scale, not to mention an historical materialist one. And yet it plays a crucial part in our whole geographical construction of material life. Was the brutal repression of Tiananmen Square a local event, a regional or national event, or was it an international event? We might reasonably assume that it was all four, which immediately reinforces the conclusion that social life operates in and constructs some sort of nested hierarchical space rather than a mosaic. How do we critically conceive of these various nested scales? How do we arbitrate and translate between them? Capitalism as a social system has managed not only to negotiate but often to actively manipulate such dilemmas of scale in its forms of class struggle. This has been particularly true of its penchant for achieving uneven sectoral and geographical development so as to force a divisive competitiveness between places defined at different scales. But where does place begin and end? And is there a scale beyond which militant particularism becomes impossible to ground, let alone sustain? The problem for socialist politics is to find ways to answer such questions, not in any final sense, but precisely through defining modes of communication and translation between different kinds and levels of abstraction. On conclusions. I let Hayter write the conclusion to The Factory and the City. The book, after all, was largely the result of her efforts. The result reads very oddly. Broadly workerist assertions that focus exclusively on the struggle to regain radical control in the plant are ameliorated here and there by questions about overcapacity, community involvement and the environment. The effect is strange since it does not, I think, arrive at any sort of identifiable or productive internalise tension. I think this a pity. For there was an opportunity here not to seek closure of an argument but to use the materials in the book to reflect upon and learn from what had happened, to open up a terrain of discussion and debate. Our failure helps explain, I think, why Williams resorted to the novel form to explore certain dilemmas. The closure that we often seem compelled to search for in a piece of cultural or political economic research can more easily remain perpetually open for reflection in the novel form, even when, as happens to Matthew Price, some sort of reconciliation becomes possible once the distance is measured. Dual conclusions to the Cowley book would have gone some way towards keeping issues open and the tensions alive, at the same time highlighting the question of different levels and kinds of abstractions. In view of all this, I was quite startled to read Williams's novel Second Generation, some time after the Cowley book was finished. This novel was published in 1964 and set in Oxford at around that time. It revolves around the tensions between a university-based socialism on the one hand and the contested politics within the car plant on the other. The opening paragraph sets the scene for the problem of socialist politics in a divided city. If you stand, today, in Between Town Road, you can see either way, west to the spires and towers of the cathedral and colleges, east to the yards and sheds of the motor works. You see different worlds, but there is no frontier between them, there is only the movement and traffic of a single city. 45. Kate Owen, a local Labour Party organizer and wife of a union leader in the plant, is torn between loyalty to family and community and the sexual freedom that beckons from the other side of the class divide within a university-based socialism. Peter Owen, her son, is likewise caught in between. He is studying for his doctorate in industrial sociology at an Oxford college in the midst of violent shop floor struggle in the car plant that wears his father down. All the themes that Williams develops elsewhere concerning the kinds of knowledge that it is possible to acquire and hold are richly developed here, including the interplays of gender and class within the structures of feeling that get incorporated into a socialist politics. But, interestingly, many of the substantive issues that arose in the work on the Cowley project actually crop up, without resolution, in second generation. Had I read it before rather than after becoming associated with the Cowley research, I think my approach might well have been different. I would on the one hand have insisted much more strongly on the Brechtian strategy of keeping the conclusions open. But on the other I would have taken much more careful notice of Williams's 46 injunction that everything will have to be done by negotiation, equitable negotiation, and it will have to be taken steadily along the way. Evaluations and possibilities. The three words space, place, and environment encompass much of what geographers do. Their meaning has been contested within geography over the years in fierce debates, particularly in the radical journal Antipode, over, for example, how and why localities and places might be said to matter and how properly to view relations between place and space. 47 And in the course of this discussion, the question of level of abstraction and scale has again and again been raised. 48 But geographers are not the only ones to deal in such matters. In recent years the meanings to be attributed to space, place and nature have become a crucial matter of debate in social, cultural, and literary theory. 49, a debate in which geographers have certainly participated. 50 These sorts of concerns and interests have been impelled in part by the question of the relations between what appears to be an emergent global capitalist culture on the one hand and the reassertion of all sorts of reactionary as well as potentially progressive militant particularisms based in particular places on the other, coupled with the seemingly serious threat of global environmental degradation. But the concerns have also in part been produced by a burgeoning tradition of cultural studies that Raymond Williams helped to define, with its emphasis upon structures of feeling, values, embeddedness, difference, and the particularities of the counter-hegemonic discourses and social relations oppositional groups construct. Williams thought a great deal about questions of space, place, and environment and evidently worried as to how they might be brought into play both in his cultural theory and in his views on how socialism might be constructed. The social transformations of space, place, and environment are neither neutral nor innocent with respect to practices of domination and control. Indeed, they are fundamental framing decisions, replete with multiple possibilities, that govern the conditions, often oppressive, over how lives can be lived. 51 Such issues cannot, therefore, be left unaddressed in struggles for liberation. Furthermore, such struggles must internalize a certain reflexivity, if not an unresolvable tension, concerning both the levels and kinds of abstractions they must necessarily embrace as part and parcel of their working tools for practical action. The fact that Williams's dealings and concerns over space, place, and environment are voiced primarily in his novels suggests, however, a certain hesitancy on his part if not an outright difficulty in getting this tripartite conceptual apparatus into the very heart of cultural theory. The conclusion is not, however, that space, place and environment cannot be incorporated into social and cultural theory, but that practices of theorizing have to be opened up to the possibilities and dilemmas that such an incorporation requires. By treating Williams at his word, and seeing his novels and his critical cultural theory as complementary aspects within a unified field of endeavor, we find him opening up a terrain of theorizing far more profound than that of many of the high theorists of contemporary culture who ignore such dimensions. Theory cannot be construed as a pure achievement of abstraction. More importantly, theoretical practice must be constructed as a continuous dialectic of the militant particularism of lived lives on the one hand, and the struggle to achieve sufficient critical distance and detachment on the other. In this regard, the problematic that Williams defines is surely universal enough to bring its own rewards. The search for a critical materialist and thoroughly grounded, as opposed to a confined metaphorical and purely idealist, incorporation of place, space, and environment into cultural and social theory is on. And the stakes are high. The return of theory to the world of daily political practices across a variegated and hierarchically structured geographical space of social and ecological variation can then become both the aim and the reward of a particular kind of theoretical practice. One of the most moving chapters in Fighting Back in Appalachia is entitled Singing Across Dark Spaces. It is a personal account by Jim Sessions and Fran Ansley of the Union/community takeover of Pittston's Moss 3 plant in the bitter coal strike of 1989 in Appalachia, a takeover that proved crucial in resolving the strike on terms much more acceptable to the miners. Jim Sessions, who was on the inside of the plant during the takeover as an unaffiliated witness, and Fran Ansley, who remained on the outside, recorded their day-by-day experiences. Wrote the latter, "After 2 days of the occupation, there are moments of transcendence that are capable of teaching us, of making us feel the possibilities that reside in us, in the people around us, and in the groups of which we are or can be part." 52 Theorists can also learn to sing across the dark spaces of increasingly violent and bitter social and cultural conflict. But only if we open ourselves to the sorts of possibilities that Williams created. I should have learned to listen more closely to the workers on the shop floor and the lifelong residents of Cowley without abandoning my loyalties to modes of analysis and of theorizing that shed light on the uncaring ways and evolutionary directions of capital in general. Commentary. The theoretical problem all geographers face is how to put together the three themes of space, place, and environment in ways that are expressive of a unity without suppressing difference. One Marxist way to do this is to say that unities are always contradictory unities, which is helpful provided we have a good idea of the nature of the contradictions and how they work singly or in combination. This is the focus of my last book, 17 Contradictions and the End of Capitalism. Marx approached this question in an interesting way. We need to recognize, he says in the Grundriss 53, that the concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. We geographers typically deal with the concrete, such as the building of the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur. The question for me in Chapter 4 was, what were the many determinations involved in its construction? The follow-up question is, how do we determine the many determinations? It is, says Marx, the abstract determinations that lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. In the case of Sacré-Cœur, for example, the abstraction of class struggle, among many others, plainly plays such a role. But what legitimizes the deployment of such an abstraction? The answer, says Marx, is that we have to begin with the concrete as the point of departure for observation and conception, such that the method of inquiry has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development and to track down their inner connection. Only after this work has been done can the real movement be appropriately presented. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is now reflected back in the ideas, then it may appear as if we have before us an a priori construction. 54 This goes to the heart of Marx's dialectical method. The preparatory work uncovers the many abstractions which then operate as the many determinations of the concrete. My account of the building of Sacré-Cœur may appear as a prior construction precisely because it shows how important class conflicts were in the building of Haussmann's Paris. In the 1980s, a fierce controversy arose among geographers over the role of locality in shaping geographical research. I stood on the side of those who said that locality studies were a vital part of what we should be doing, but if they became an end in themselves they would imperil the radical project. The celebration of locality as particularity, of difference as somehow inimical to unity, and of local politics as the exclusive terrain for fighting the abstractions of globalization all seemed highly problematic to me. It may sometimes have seemed as if those of us who were concerned about such things were totally opposed to locality studies, the defenders of locality studies, and in particular a very large project generously funded by the Economic and Social Research Council in Britain, often portrayed the rest of us as insensitive to the multiple differences, in everything from gender relations to racial, religious, and ethnic discriminations, which came more clearly into view at local levels. But this was simply not the case. Everything depended upon how such studies articulated the unity in the diverse. I wrote Militant Particularism, a positive concept for me as it was derived from the work of Raymond Williams, in order to find a way out of the thicket of misunderstandings that surrounded the locality's debate. It coincided with my move to Oxford and involvement in the Cowley project to protect the jobs of the rover car workers. No one would accuse Williams of being insensitive to local structures of feeling, though many find his writings on the topic problematic. I was primarily fascinated by how he addressed the contradictory unity of local and global forces in his novels. The intensity of debate has subsided in geography, but the foundational issue has not gone away. The political questions have in fact intensified because so much anti-capitalist politics is now grounded in local action. The discussion deserves to be brought back to center stage. Chapter 9. The New Imperialism. Accumulation by dispossession. The survival of capitalism for so long in the face of multiple crises and reorganizations accompanied by dire predictions, from both the left and the right, of its imminent demise, is a mystery that requires illumination. Lefebvre 1 thought he had found the key in his celebrated comment that capitalism survives through the production of space, but he did not explain exactly how this might be so. Both Lenin and Luxemburg, for quite different reasons and utilizing quite different arguments, considered that imperialism, a certain form of the production of space, was the answer to the riddle, though both argued that this solution was finite because of its own terminal contradictions. The way I sought to look at this problem in the 1970s was to examine the role of spatio-temporal fixes to the inner contradictions of capital accumulation. Point 2. This argument makes sense only in relation to a pervasive tendency of capitalism to produce crises of overaccumulation. Such crises are registered as surpluses of capital and of labor power side by side without there apparently being any means to bring them profitably together to accomplish socially useful tasks. If system-wide devaluations, and even destruction, of capital and of labor power are not to follow, then ways must be found to absorb these surpluses. Geographical expansion and spatial reorganization provide one such option. But this cannot be divorced from temporal fixes either, since geographical expansion often entails investment in long-lived physical and social infrastructures, in transport and communications networks and education and research, for example, that take many years to return their value to circulation through the productive activity they support. See Chapter 3. Global capitalism has experienced a chronic and enduring problem of overaccumulation since the 1970s. I find the empirical materials Robert Brenner III assembles to document this point generally convincing. I interpret the volatility of international capitalism during these years, however, as a series of temporary spatio-temporal fixes that failed even in the medium run to deal with problems of overaccumulation. It was, as Peter Gowan IV argues, through the orchestration of such volatility that the United States sought to preserve its hegemonic position within global capitalism. The apparent shift in the late 1990s in the project for a new American century towards an open imperialism backed by military force on the part of the USA may then be seen as a sign of the weakening of that hegemony. In the administration of President George W. Bush, the even more explicit embrace of the politics of imperialism seemed to derive from the need for a political antidote to the threat of recession and widespread devaluation at home. Prior to that, various bouts of devaluation had been inflicted elsewhere, such as Latin America in the 1980s and early 1990s, and, even more seriously, through the crisis that consumed East and Southeast Asia in 1997 and then engulfed Russia before moving on to Turkey, Brazil, and Argentina in the early 2000s. But I also want to argue that the inability to accumulate through expanded reproduction on a sustained basis has been paralleled by a rise in attempts to accumulate by dispossession. This, I then conclude, is the hallmark of what some like to call the new imperialism is actually about. Point 6. The spatio-temporal fix and its contradictions. The basic idea of the spatio-temporal fix is simple enough. Overaccumulation within a given territorial system means a condition of surpluses of labor, rising unemployment, and surpluses of capital, registered as a glut of commodities on the market that cannot be disposed of without a loss, as idle productive capacity, and/or as surpluses of money capital lacking outlets for productive and profitable investment. Such surpluses may be absorbed by a. Temporal displacement through investment in long-term capital projects, e.g. in the built environment, or social expenditures, such as education and research, that defer the re-entry of current excess capital values into circulation well into the future. B. Spatial displacements through opening up new markets, new production capacities and new resource, social, and labor possibilities elsewhere, or C. Some combination of A and B. The combination of A and B is particularly important when we focus on fixed capital of an independent kind embedded in the built environment. This provides the necessary physical infrastructures for production and consumption to proceed over space and time, everything from industrial parks, ports and airports, transport and communication systems, to sewage and water provision, housing, hospitals, schools. Plainly, this is not a minor sector of the economy, and it is capable of absorbing massive amounts of capital and labor, particularly under conditions of rapid geographical expansion and intensification. The reallocation of capital and labor surpluses to such investments requires the mediating help of financial and/or state institutions. These have the capacity to generate credit. A quantity of fictitious capital is created that can be allocated away from current consumption to future-oriented projects in, say, highway construction or education, thereby reinvigorating the economy, including, perhaps, augmenting the demand for surplus commodities like shirts and shoes by teachers and construction workers. If the expenditures on built environments or social improvements prove productive, i.e. facilitative of more efficient forms of capital accumulation later on, then the fictitious values are redeemed, either directly by retirement of debt or indirectly in the form of, say, higher tax returns to pay off state debt. If not, overaccumulations of values in built environments or education can become evident with attendant devaluations of these assets, housing, offices, industrial parks, airports, etc., or difficulties in paying off state debts on physical and social infrastructures, a fiscal crisis of the state. The role of such investments in stabilizing and destabilizing capitalism has been significant. I note, for example, that the starting point of the crisis of 1973 was a worldwide collapse of property markets, beginning with the Herzstadt Bank in Germany, which brought down the Franklin National in the United States, followed shortly thereafter by the virtual bankruptcy of New York City in 1975, a classic case of social expenditures outrunning tax revenues. It was also notable that the decade-long stagnation in Japan began in 1990 with the collapse of a speculative bubble in land, property, and other asset markets, putting the whole banking system in jeopardy, and that the beginning of the Asian collapse in 1997 was the bursting of the property bubbles in Thailand and Indonesia. The most important prop to the US and British economies after the onset of general recession in all other sectors from mid-2001 onwards has been the speculative vigor in property markets. Since 1998, the Chinese have kept their economy growing and sought to absorb their labor surpluses, and curb the threat of social unrest, by debt-financed investment in huge megaprojects that dwarf the already huge Three Gorges Dam, 8,500 miles of new railroads, superhighways, and urbanization projects, massive engineering works to divert water from the Yangtze to Yellow rivers, new airports, etc. It is, I think, passing strange that most accounts of capital accumulation, including Brenner's, either ignore these matters entirely or treat them as epiphenodal. The term fix has, however, a double meaning. A certain portion of the total capital becomes literally fixed in some physical form for a relatively long period of time, depending on its economic and physical lifetime. There is a sense in which social expenditures also become territorialized and rendered geographically immobile through state commitments. In what follows, however, I will exclude social infrastructures from explicit consideration since the matter is complicated and would take too much text to elucidate. Some fixed capital is geographically mobile, such as machinery that can easily be unbolted from its moorings and taken elsewhere, but the rest is fixed in the land such that it cannot be moved without being destroyed. Aircraft are mobile, but the airports to which they fly are not. The spatio-temporal fix, on the other hand, is a metaphor for solutions to capitalist crises through temporal deferment and geographical expansion. The production of space, the organization of wholly new territorial divisions of labor, the opening up of new and cheaper resource complexes, of new dynamic spaces of capital accumulation, and the penetration of pre-existing social formations by capitalist social relations and institutional arrangements, such as rules of contract and private property arrangements, provide multiple ways to absorb surplus capital and labor. Such geographical expansions, reorganizations, and reconstructions often threaten, however, the values fixed in place but not yet realized elsewhere. Vast quantities of capital fixed in place act as a drag upon the search for a spatial fix elsewhere. The values of the fixed assets that constitute New York City were and are not trivial, and the threat of their massive devaluation in 1975, and then again in 2003, was, and is, viewed by many as a major threat to the future of capitalism. If capital does move out, it leaves behind a trail of devastation. The deindustrialization experienced in the 1970s and 1980s in the heartlands of capitalism, like Pittsburgh and Sheffield, as well as in many other parts of the world, such as Bombay, illustrates the point. If overaccumulated capital does not or cannot move, on the other hand, then it stands to be devalued directly. The summary statement of this process I usually offer is this: capital necessarily creates a physical landscape in its own image at one point in time, only to have to destroy it at some later point in time as it pursues geographical expansions and temporal displacements as solutions to the crises of overaccumulation to which it is regularly prone. Thus is the history of creative destruction, with all manner of deleterious social and environmental consequences, written into the evolution of the physical and social landscape of capitalism. Another series of contradictions arises within the dynamics of spatio-temporal transformations more generally. If the surpluses of capital and labor power exist within a given territory, such as a nation-state, and cannot be absorbed internally, by either geographical adjustments or social expenditures, then they must be sent elsewhere to find a fresh terrain for their profitable realization if they are not to be devalued. This can happen in a number of ways. Markets for commodity surpluses can be found elsewhere. But the spaces to which the surpluses are sent must possess means of payment such as gold or currency, e.g. dollar, reserves or tradable commodities. Surpluses of commodities are sent out and money or commodities flow back. The problem of overaccumulation is alleviated only in the short term. It merely switches the surplus from commodities to money or into different commodity forms, though if the latter turn out, as is often the case, to be cheaper raw materials or other inputs, they can relieve the downward pressure on the profit rate at home temporarily. If the territory does not possess reserves or commodities to trade back, it must either find them, as Britain forced India to do by opening up the opium trade with China in the 19th century and thus extracting Chinese silver via Indian trade, or be given credit or aid. In the latter case, a territory is lent or donated the money with which to buy back the surplus commodities generated at home. The British did this with Argentina in the 19th century, and Japanese trade surpluses during the 1990s were largely absorbed by lending to the United States to support the consumerism that purchased Japanese goods. Plainly, market and credit transactions of this sort can alleviate problems of overaccumulation, at least in the short term. They function very well under conditions of uneven geographical development in which surpluses available in one territory are matched by lack of supply elsewhere. But resort to the credit system simultaneously makes territories vulnerable to flows of speculative and fictitious capitals that can both stimulate and undermine capitalist development and even, as in recent years, be used to impose savage devaluations upon vulnerable territories. The export of capital, particularly when accompanied by the export of labor power, works rather differently and typically has longer-term effects. In this case, surpluses of, usually money, capital and labor are sent elsewhere to set capital accumulation in motion in the new space. Surpluses generated in Britain in the 19th century found their way to the United States and to the settler colonies like South Africa, Australia, and Canada, creating new and dynamic centers of accumulation in these territories which generated a demand for goods from Britain. Since it may take many years for capitalism to mature in these new territories, if it ever does, to the point where they, too, begin to produce overaccumulations of capital, the originating country can hope to benefit from this process for a considerable period of time. This is particularly the case when the goods demanded elsewhere are fixed physical infrastructures, such as railroads and dams, required as a basis for future capital accumulation. But the rate of return on these long-term investments in the built environment eventually depends upon the evolution of a strong dynamic of accumulation in the receiving country. Britain lent to Argentina in this way during the last part of the 19th century. The United States, via the Marshall Plan for Europe, Germany in particular, and Japan, clearly saw that its own economic security, leaving aside the political and military aspect dependent on the Cold War, rested on the active revival of capitalist activity in these spaces. Contradictions arise, because new dynamic spaces of capital accumulation ultimately generate surpluses and have to absorb them through geographical expansions. Japan and Germany became competitors with U.S. capital from the late 1960s onwards, much as the USA overwhelmed British capital, and helped pull down the British Empire, as the 20th century dragged on. It is always interesting to note the point at which strong internal development spills over into a search for a spatio-temporal fix. Japan did so during the 1960s, first through trade, then through the export of capital as direct investment first to Europe and the United States and more recently through massive investments, both direct and portfolio, in East and Southeast Asia, and finally through lending abroad, particularly to the United States. South Korea suddenly switched outwards in the 1980s, shortly followed by Taiwan in the 1990s, in both cases exporting not only financial capital but some of the most vicious labor management practices imaginable as subcontractors to multinational capital throughout the world, in Central America, in Africa, as well as throughout the rest of South and East Asia. Even recently successful adherents to capitalist development have, therefore, quickly found themselves in need of a spatio-temporal fix for their overaccumulating capital. The rapidity with which certain territories, like South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and now even China, moved from being net receiving to net capital exporting territories has been quite startling relative to the slower rhythms characteristic of former periods. But by the same token, these successful territories have to adjust fast to the blowbacks from their own spatio-temporal fixes. China, absorbing surpluses in the form of foreign direct investments from Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, is rapidly supplanting those countries in many lines of production and export, particularly of the lower value-added and labor-intensive sort, but it is quickly moving up to the higher value-added commodities as well. The generalist overcapacity that Brenner identifies can in this way be disaggregated into a cascading and proliferating series of spatio-temporal fixes primarily throughout South and East Asia but with additional elements within Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, and Chile in particular, supplemented now by Eastern Europe and Turkey. And in an interesting reversal, explicable in large part by the role of the dollar as a secure global reserve currency which confers the power of signage, the USA has in recent years with its huge increase in indebtedness absorbed surplus capitals chiefly from East and Southeast Asia but also from elsewhere. 7. The aggregate result, however, is increasingly fierce international competition as multiple dynamic centers of capital accumulation emerge to compete on the world stage in the face of strong currents of overaccumulation occurring in many different spaces of the global economy. Since they cannot all succeed in the long run, either the weakest territories succumb and fall into serious crises of devaluation, or geopolitical confrontations erupt in the form of trade wars, currency wars, and even military confrontations, of the sort that gave us 2 world wars between capitalist powers in the 20th century. In this case it is devaluation and destruction, of the sort that the U.S. financial institutions visited on East and Southeast Asia in 1997-98, that is being exported, and the spatio-temporal fix takes on much more sinister forms. There are, however, some further points to make about this process in order to better understand how it actually occurs. Inner contradictions. In the Philosophy of Right, Hegel 8 notes how the inner dialectic of bourgeois society, producing an overaccumulation of wealth at one pole and a rabble of paupers at the other, drives it to seek solutions through external trade and colonial/imperial practices. He rejects the idea that there might be ways to solve the problem of social inequality and instability through internal mechanisms of redistribution. Lenin, 1963, quotes Cecil Rhodes as saying that colonialism and imperialism abroad were the only possible way to avoid civil war at home. Class relations and struggles within a territorially bounded social formation drive impulses to seek a spatio-temporal fix elsewhere. The evidence from the end of the 19th century is here of interest. Joseph Chamberlain, Radical Joe as he was known, was closely identified with the liberal manufacturing interests of Birmingham, and was initially opposed to imperialism, in the Afghan wars of the 1850s, for example. He devoted himself to educational reform and improvements in the social and physical infrastructures for production and consumption in his home city of Birmingham. This provided, he thought, a productive outlet for surpluses that would be repaid in the long run. An important figure within the liberal conservative movement, he saw the rising tide of class struggle in Britain at first hand and in 1885 made a celebrated speech in which he called for the propertied classes to take cognizance of their responsibilities to society, i.e. to better the conditions of life of the least well-off and invest in social and physical infrastructures in the national interest, rather than solely to promote their individual rights as property owners. The uproar that followed on the part of the propertied classes forced him to recant, and from that moment on he became the most ardent advocate for imperialism, ultimately, as colonial secretary, leading Britain into the disaster of the Boer War. This career trajectory was quite common for the period. Jules Ferry in France, an ardent supporter of internal reform, particularly education, in the 1860s, took to colonial advocacy after the Commune of 1871, leading France into the mire of Southeast Asia that culminated in defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. Crispy sought to solve the land problem in the Italian South through colonization in Africa, and even Theodore Roosevelt in the United States turned, after Frederick Jackson Turner declared, erroneously, at least as far as investment opportunities were concerned, that the American frontier was closed, to support imperial policies rather than internal reforms. The fascinating common history of this radical shift in European politics from internal to external solutions to political economic problems, in part dictated by the fearful state of class struggles after the Paris Commune, is beautifully laid out in a little-known collection of essays by Julian, Bruhait, Bourgeon, Creuset, and Renouvin. 9 The cases of Ferry, Chamberlain, Roosevelt, Crispy and others are there examined in comparative detail. In all these instances, the turn to a liberal form of imperialism, and one that had attached to it an ideology of progress and of a civilizing mission, resulted not from absolute economic imperatives but from the political unwillingness of the bourgeoisie to give up any of its class privileges, thus blocking the possibility of absorbing overaccumulation through social reform at home. The fierce opposition by the owners of capital to any politics of redistribution or internal social amelioration in the United States today likewise leaves the country no option but to look outwards for solutions to its economic difficulties. Internal class politics of this sort forced many European powers to look outwards to solve their problems from 1884 to 1945, and this gave a specific coloration to the forms that European imperialism then took. Many liberal and even radical figures became proud imperialists during these years, and much of the working class movement was persuaded to support the imperial project as essential to their well-being. This required, however, that bourgeois interests should thoroughly command state policy, ideological apparatuses, and military power. Hannah Arendt 10 interprets this Eurocentric imperialism, correctly in my view, as the first stage in political rule of the bourgeoisie rather than the last stage of capitalism, as Lenin depicted it. There are in fact many eerie resemblances between Arendt's analysis of the situation in the 19th century and our contemporary condition. Consider, for example, her following commentary. Imperialist expansion had been touched off by a curious kind of economic crisis, the overproduction of capital and the emergence of superfluous money, the result of oversaving, which could no longer find productive investment within the national borders. For the first time, investment of power did not pave the way for investment of money, but export of power followed meekly in the train of exported money, since uncontrolled investments in distant countries threatened to transform large strata of society into gamblers, to change the whole capitalist economy from a system of production into a system of financial speculation, and to replace the profits of production with profits in commissions. The decade immediately before the imperialist era, the 70s of the last century, witnessed an unparalleled increase in swindles, financial scandals and gambling in the stock market. There are, as we shall see, several other ways in which Arendt's thinking is appropriate for the interpretation of contemporary imperialist practices. Institutional arrangements for power over space. In a trenchant piece of comparative analysis, Henderson 11 shows that the difference in 1997/98 between Taiwan and Singapore, which both escaped the crisis relatively unscathed except for currency devaluation, and Thailand and Indonesia, which suffered almost total economic and political collapse, turned on differences in state and financial policies. The former territories were insulated from speculative flows into property markets by strong state controls and protected financial markets, whereas the latter were not. Differences of this sort plainly matter. The forms taken by the mediating institutions, the state in particular, are productive of, as well as products of, the dynamics of capital accumulation. Clearly the whole pattern of turbulence in the relations between state, superstate and financial powers on the one hand, and the more general dynamics of capital accumulation, through production and selective devaluations, on the other, has been one of the most signal, and most complex, elements in the narrative of uneven geographical development and imperialist politics to be told of the period since 1973. I think Gowan 12 is correct to see the radical restructuring of international capitalism after 1973 as a series of gambles on the part of the United States to try to maintain its hegemonic position in world economic affairs against Europe, Japan, and later East and Southeast Asia. This began during the crisis of 1973 with Nixon's double strategy of high oil pricing and financial deregulation. The U.S. banks were then given the exclusive right to recycle the vast quantities of petrodollars being accumulated in the Gulf region. This recentered global financial activity in the USA and incidentally helped, along with the deregulation of the financial sector within the USA, to rescue New York from its own local economic crisis. A powerful Wall Street/U.S. Treasury financial regime was created, with controlling powers over global financial institutions, such as the IMF, and able to make or break many weaker foreign economies through credit manipulations and debt management practices. This monetary and financial regime was used, Gowan argues, by successive U.S. administrations as a formidable instrument of economic statecraft to drive forward both the globalization process and the associated neoliberal domestic transformations. The regime thrived on crises. The IMF covers the risks and ensures that the U.S. banks don't lose, countries pay up through structural adjustments etc., and flight of capital from localized crises elsewhere ends up boosting the strength of Wall Street. 13. The effect was to project U.S. economic power outwards, in alliance with others wherever possible, to force open markets, particularly for capital and financial flows, now a requirement for membership in the IMF, and impose other neoliberal practices, culminating in the WTO, upon much of the rest of the world. There are two major points to be made about this system. First, free trade in commodities is often depicted as opening up the world to free and open competition. But this whole argument fails, as Lenin long ago pointed out, in the face of monopoly or oligopoly power, in either production or consumption. The USA, for example, has repeatedly used the weapon of denial of access to the huge US market to force other nations to comply with its wishes. The most recent, and crass, example of this line of argument comes from the U.S. Trade Representative Robert Zoellick to the effect that if Lula, the newly elected Workers' Party president of Brazil, does not go along with U.S. plans for free markets in the Americas, he would find himself having to export to Antarctica. 14 Taiwan and Singapore were forced to sign on to the WTO, and thereby open their financial markets to speculative capital, in the face of U.S. threats to deny them access to the U.S. market. At U.S. Treasury insistence, South Korea was forced to do the same as a condition for an IMF bailout in 1998. The USA now plans to attach a condition of financial institutional compatibility to the foreign aid it offers as challenge grants to poor countries. On the production side, oligopolies, largely based in the core capitalist regions, effectively control the production of seeds, fertilizers, electronics, computer software, pharmaceutical products, petroleum products, and much more. Under these conditions, the creation of new market openings does not open up competition but merely creates opportunities to proliferate monopoly powers with all manner of social, ecological, economic, and political consequences. The fact that nearly two-thirds of foreign trade is now accounted for by transactions within and between the main transnational corporations is indicative of the situation. Even something as seemingly benevolent as the Green Revolution has, most commentators agree, paralleled the increased agricultural outputs with considerable concentrations of wealth in the agrarian sector and higher levels of dependency upon monopolist inputs throughout South and East Asia. The penetration of the China market by U.S. tobacco companies is set fair to compensate for their losses in the U.S. market at the same time as it will surely generate a public health crisis in China for decades to come. In all of these respects, the claims generally made that neoliberalism is about open competition rather than monopoly control or limited competition within oligopolistic structures turn out to be fraudulent, masked as usual by the fetish worship of market freedoms. Free trade does not mean fair trade. There is also, as even advocates of free trade readily acknowledge, a huge difference between freedom of trade in commodities and freedom of movement for finance capital. This immediately poses the problem of what kind of market freedom is being talked about. Some, like Bugvuddy 15, fiercely defend free trade in commodities but resist the idea that this necessarily holds good for financial flows. The difficulty here is this. On the one hand, credit flows are vital to productive investments and reallocations of capital from one line of production or location to another. They also play an important role in bringing consumption needs, for housing, for example, into a potentially balanced relationship with productive activities in a spatially disaggregated world marked by surpluses in one space and deficits in another. In all of these respects, the financial system, with or without state involvement, is critical to coordinate the dynamics of capital accumulation through uneven geographical development. But finance capital also embraces a lot of unproductive activity in which money is simply used to make more money through speculation on commodity futures, currency values, debt, and the like. When huge quantities of capital become available for such purposes, then open capital markets become vehicles for speculative activity, some of which, as we saw during the 1990s with both the .com and the stock market bubbles, become self-fulfilling prophecies, just as the hedge funds, armed with trillions of dollars of leveraged money, could force Indonesia and even South Korea into bankruptcy no matter what the strength of their underlying economies. Much of what happens on Wall Street has nothing to do with facilitating investment in productive activities. It is purely speculative, hence the descriptions of it as casino, predatory or even vulture capitalism, with the debacle of long-term capital management needing a $2.3 billion bailout reminding us that speculations can easily go awry. This activity has, however, deep impacts upon the overall dynamics of capital accumulation. Above all, it facilitated the recent ring of political economic power primarily in the United States but also within the financial markets of other core countries, Tokyo, London, Frankfurt. How this occurs depends on the dominant form of the class alliances arrived at within the core countries, the balance of power between them in negotiating international arrangements, such as the new international financial architecture put in place after 1997-98 to replace the so-called Washington Consensus of the mid-1990s, and the political economic strategies set in motion by dominant agents with respect to surplus capital. The emergence of a Wall Street, Treasury, IMF complex within the United States, able to control global institutions and to project vast financial power across the world through a network of other financial and governmental institutions, has played a determinant and problematic role in the dynamics of global capitalism in recent years. But this power center can only operate the way it does because the rest of the world is networked and successfully hooked into, and effectively hooked on, a structured framework of interlocking financial and governmental, including supranational, institutions. Hence the significance of collaborations between, for example, central bankers of the G7 nations and the various international accords, temporary in the case of currency strategies and more permanent with respect to the WTO, designed to deal with particular difficulties. 16 And if market power is not sufficient to accomplish particular objectives and to bring recalcitrant elements or rogue states into line, then unchallengeable U.S. military power, covert or overt, is available to force the issue. This complex of institutional arrangements should in the best of all possible capitalist worlds be geared to sustain and support expanded reproduction, growth. But, like war in relation to diplomacy, finance capital intervention backed by state power can frequently become accumulation by other means. An unholy alliance between state powers and the predatory aspects of finance capital forms the cutting edge of a vulture capitalism dedicated to the appropriation and devaluation of assets, rather than to building them up through productive investments. But how are we to interpret these other means to accumulation or devaluation? Accumulation by dispossession. In the accumulation of capital, Luxembourg 17 focuses attention on the dual aspects of capitalist accumulation. One concerns the commodity market and the place where surplus value is produced, the factory, the mine, the agricultural estate. Regarded in this light, accumulation is a purely economic process, with its most important phase a transaction between the capitalist and the wage laborer. Here, in form at any rate, peace, property, and equality prevail, and the keen dialectics of scientific analysis were required to reveal how the right of ownership changes in the course of accumulation into appropriation of other people's property, how commodity exchange turns into exploitation and equality becomes class rule. The other aspect of the accumulation of capital concerns the relations between capitalism and the non-capitalist modes of production which start making their appearance on the international stage. Its predominant methods are colonial policy, an international loan system, a policy of spheres of interest, and war. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment, and it requires an effort to discover within this tangle of political violence and contests of power the stern laws of the economic process. These two aspects of accumulation, she argues, are organically linked, and the historical career of capitalism can only be appreciated by taking them together. Marx's general theory of capital accumulation is constructed under certain crucial initial assumptions which broadly match those of classical political economy and which exclude primitive accumulation processes. These assumptions are, freely functioning competitive markets with institutional arrangements of private property, juridical individualism, freedom of contract and appropriate structures of law and governance guaranteed by a facilitative state which also secures the integrity of money as a store of value and as a medium of circulation. The role of the capitalist as a commodity producer and exchanger is already well established, and labor power has become a commodity that trades generally at its value. Primitive or original accumulation has already occurred, and accumulation now proceeds as expanded reproduction, albeit through the exploitation of living labor in production, within a closed economy working under conditions of peace, property, and equality. These assumptions allow us to see what will happen if the liberal project of the classical political economists, or, in our times, the neoliberal project of the neoclassical economists, is realized. The brilliance of Marx's dialectical method is to show that market liberalization, the credo of the liberals and the neoliberals, will not produce a harmonious state in which everyone is better off. It will instead produce ever greater levels of social inequality, as indeed has been the global trend over the last 30 years of neoliberalism, particularly within those countries such as Britain and the United States that have most closely hewed to such a political line. It will also, Marx predicts, produce serious and growing instabilities culminating in chronic crises of overaccumulation of the sort we are now witnessing. The disadvantage of these assumptions is that they relegate accumulation based upon predation, fraud, and violence to an original stage that is considered no longer relevant or, as with Luxembourg, as being somehow outside of the capitalist system. A general re-evaluation of the continuous role and persistence of the predatory practices of primitive or original accumulation within the long historical geography of capital accumulation is, therefore, very much in order, as several commentators 18 have recently observed. There has also been an extensive debate in The Commoner, www.thecommoner.org, on the new enclosures and on whether primitive accumulation should be understood as a purely historical or a continuing process. Since it seems peculiar to call an ongoing process primitive or original, I shall, in what follows, substitute these terms by the concept of accumulation by dispossession. A closer look at Marx's 19 description of primitive accumulation reveals a wide range of processes. These include the commodification and privatization of land and the forceful expulsion of peasant populations, conversion of various forms of property rights, common, collective, state, etc., into exclusive private property rights, suppression of rights to the commons, commodification of labor power and the suppression of alternative, indigenous, forms of production and consumption, colonial, neocolonial, and imperial processes of appropriation of assets, including natural resources, monetization of exchange and taxation, particularly of land, slave trade, and usury, the national debt and ultimately the credit system. The state, with its monopoly of violence and definitions of legality, plays a crucial role in both backing and promoting these processes, and there is considerable evidence, which Marx suggests and Braudel 20 confirms, that the transition to capitalist development was vitally contingent upon the stance of the state, broadly supportive in Britain, weakly so in France and highly negative, until very recently, in China. The invocation of the recent shift towards primitive accumulation in the case of China indicates that this is an ongoing issue, and the evidence is strong, particularly throughout East and Southeast Asia, that state policies and politics, consider the case of Singapore, have played a critical role in defining both the intensity and the paths of new forms of capital accumulation. The role of the developmental state in recent phases of capital accumulation has therefore been the subject of intense scrutiny. Wade and Veneroso 21 define the developmental state as one with high household savings, plus high corporate debt/equity ratios, plus bank-firm-state collaboration, plus national industrial strategy, plus investment incentives conditional on international competitiveness. One only has to look back at Bismarck's Germany or Meiji Japan to recognize that this has long been the case. The recent cases of East Asia are of obvious relevance also. Point 22. All the features that Marx mentions have remained powerfully present within capitalism's historical geography. Some of them have been fine-tuned to play an even stronger role now than in the past. The credit system and finance capital have, as Lenin, Hilferding and Luxembourg all remarked, been major levers of predation, fraud, and thievery. Stock promotions, Ponzi schemes, structured asset destruction through inflation, asset stripping through mergers and acquisitions, the promotion of levels of debt encumbrancy that reduce whole populations, even in the advanced capitalist countries, to debt peonage, to say nothing of corporate fraud, dispossession of assets, the raiding of pension funds and their decimation by stock and corporate collapses, by credit and stock manipulations, all of these are central features of what contemporary capitalism is about. The collapse of Enron dispossessed many people of their livelihoods and their pension rights. But above all we have to look at the speculative rating carried out by hedge funds and other major institutions of finance capital as the cutting edge of accumulation by dispossession in recent times. By creating a liquidity crisis throughout Southeast Asia, the hedge funds forced profitable businesses into bankruptcy. These businesses could be purchased at fire sale prices by surplus capitals in the core countries, thus engineering what Wade and Veneraso 23 refer to as the biggest peacetime transfer of assets from domestic, i.e. Southeast Asian, to foreign, i.e. US, Japanese and European, owners in the past 50 years anywhere in the world. Wholly new mechanisms of accumulation by dispossession have also opened up. The emphasis upon intellectual property rights in the WTO negotiations, the so-called TRIPS agreement, points to ways in which the patenting and licensing of genetic materials, seed plasmas, and all manner of other products, can now be used against whole populations whose environmental management practices have played a crucial role in the development of those materials. Biopiracy is rampant and the pillaging of the world's stockpile of genetic resources is well underway, to the benefit of a few large multinational companies. The escalating depletion of the global environmental commons, land, air, water, and proliferating habitat degradations that preclude anything but capital-intensive modes of agricultural production have likewise resulted from the wholesale commodification of nature in all its forms. The commodification of cultural forms, histories and intellectual creativity entails wholesale dispossessions. The music industry is notorious for the appropriation and exploitation of grassroots culture and creativity. The corporatization and privatization of hitherto public assets, like universities, to say nothing of the wave of privatization of water and other public utilities that has swept the world, constitute a new wave of enclosing the commons. As in the past, the power of the state is frequently used to force such processes through even against the popular will. As also happened in the past, these processes of dispossession are provoking widespread resistance, and this now forms the core of what the anti-globalization movement is about. 24 The reversion to the private domain of common property rights won through past class struggles, the right to a state pension, to welfare, or to national health care, has been one of the most egregious of all policies of dispossession pursued in the name of neoliberal orthodoxy. The Bush administration's plan to privatize Social Security, and make pensions subject to the vagaries of the stock market, is a clear case in point. Small wonder that much of the emphasis within the anti-globalization movement in recent times has been focused on the theme of reclaiming the commons and attacking the joint role of the state and capital in their appropriation. Capitalism internalises cannibalistic as well as predatory and fraudulent practices. But it is, as Luxemburg cogently observed, often hard to determine, within the tangle of violence and contests of power, the stern laws of the economic process. Accumulation by dispossession can occur in a variety of ways, and there is much that is both contingent and haphazard about its modus operandi. Yet it is omnipresent in no matter what historical period and picks up strongly when crises of overaccumulation occur in expanded reproduction, when there seems to be no other exit except devaluation. Arendt 25 suggests, for example, that for Britain in the 19th century, the depressions of the 1860s and 1870s initiated the push into a new form of imperialism in which the bourgeoisie realized for the first time that the original sin of simple robbery, which centuries ago had made possible the original accumulation of capital, Marx, and had started all further accumulation, had eventually to be repeated lest the motor of accumulation suddenly die down. This brings us back to relations between the drive for spatio-temporal fixes, state powers, accumulation by dispossession, and the forms of contemporary imperialism. The new imperialism. Capitalist social formations, often arranged in particular territorial or regional configurations and usually dominated by some hegemonic center, have long engaged in quasi-imperialist practices in search of spatio-temporal fixes to their over-accumulation problems. It is possible, however, to periodize the historical geography of these processes by taking Arendt seriously when she argues that the European-centered imperialism of the period 1884 to 1945 constituted the first stab at global political rule by the bourgeoisie. Individual nation-states engaged in their own imperialist projects to deal with problems of overaccumulation and class conflict within their orbit. Initially stabilized under British hegemony and constructed around open flows of capital and commodities on the world market, this first system broke down at the turn of the century into geopolitical conflicts between major powers pursuing autarky within increasingly closed systems. It erupted in two world wars in much the way that Lenin foresaw. Much of the rest of the world was pillaged for resources during this period. Just look at the history of what Japan did to Taiwan or Britain did to the Witwatersrand in South Africa, in the hope that accumulation by dispossession would compensate for a chronic inability, which came to a head in the 1930s, to sustain capitalism through expanded reproduction. This system was displaced in 1945 by a US-led system that sought to establish a global compact among all the major capitalist powers to avoid internecine wars and find a rational way to deal collectively with the overaccumulation that had plagued the 1930s. For this to happen, they had to share in the benefits of an intensification of an integrated capitalism in the core regions, hence US support for moves towards European Union, and engage in systematic geographical expansion of the system, hence the US insistence upon decolonization and developmentalism as a generalist goal for the rest of the world. This second phase of global bourgeois rule was largely held together by the contingency of the Cold War. This entailed US military and economic leadership as the sole capitalist superpower. The effect was to construct a hegemonic US superimperialism that was more political and military than it was a manifestation of economic necessity. The USA was not itself highly dependent upon external outlets or even inputs. It could even afford to open its market to others and thereby absorb through internal spatio-temporal fixes, such as the interstate highway system, sprawling suburbanization, and the development of its south and west, part of the surplus capacity that began to emerge strongly in Germany and Japan during the 1960s. Strong growth through expanded reproduction occurred throughout the capitalist world. Accumulation by dispossession was relatively muted, though countries with capital surpluses, like Japan and West Germany, increasingly needed to look outwards for markets, including by competing for control of post-colonial developing markets. 26 Strong controls over capital export, as opposed to commodities, were, however, kept in place in much of Europe, and capital imports into East Asia remained restricted. Class struggles within individual nation-states over expanded reproduction, how it would occur and who would benefit, dominated. The main geopolitical struggles that arose were either those of the Cold War, with that other empire constructed by the Soviets, or residual struggles, more often than not cross-cut by Cold War politics that pushed the USA to support many reactionary post-colonial regimes, which resulted from the reluctance of European powers to disengage from their colonial possessions. The invasion of Suez by the British and French in 1956, not supported at all by the USA, was emblematic. Growing resentments of being locked into a spatio-temporal situation of perpetual subservience to the center did, however, spark anti-dependency and national liberation movements. Third World Socialism sought modernization, but on an entirely different class and political basis. This system broke down around 1970. Capital controls became hard to enforce as surplus US dollars flooded the world market. Inflationary pressures resulting from the USA trying to have both guns and butter in the midst of the Vietnam War became very strong, while the level of class struggle in many of the core countries began to erode profits. The USA then sought to construct a different kind of system that rested upon a mix of new international and financial institutional arrangements to counter economic threats from Germany and Japan and to recenter economic power as finance capital operating out of Wall Street. The collusion between the Nixon administration and the Saudis to push oil prices sky high in 1973 did far more damage to the European and Japanese economies than it did to the USA, which at that time was little dependent upon Middle Eastern supplies. 27 U.S. banks gained the privilege of recycling the petrodollars into the world economy. Threatened in the realm of production, the USA countered by asserting its hegemony through finance. But for this system to work effectively, markets in general and capital markets in particular had to be forced open to international trade, a slow process that required fierce U.S. pressure backed by use of international levers such as the IMF and an equally fierce commitment to neoliberalism as the new economic orthodoxy. It also entailed shifting the balance of power and interests within the bourgeoisie from production activities to institutions of finance capital. This could be used to attack the power of working class movements within expanded reproduction either directly, by exerting disciplinary oversight on production, or indirectly by facilitating greater geographical mobility for all forms of capital. Finance capital was therefore central to this third phase of bourgeois global rule. This system was much more volatile and predatory and visited various bouts of accumulation by dispossession, usually as structural adjustment programs administered by the IMF, as an antidote to difficulties in the realm of expanded reproduction. In some instances, such as Latin America in the 1980s, whole economies were raided and their assets recovered by U.S. finance capital. The hedge funds' attack upon the Thai and Indonesian currencies in 1997, backed up by the savage deflationary policies demanded by the IMF, drove even viable concerns into bankruptcy and reversed the remarkable social and economic progress that had been made in much of East and Southeast Asia. Millions of people fell victim to unemployment and impoverishment as a result. The crisis also conveniently sparked a flight to the dollar, confirming Wall Street's dominance and generating an amazing boom in asset values for the affluent in the United States. Class struggles began to coalesce around issues such as IMF-imposed structural adjustment, the predatory activities of finance capital and the loss of rights through privatization. Debt crises could be used to reorganize internal social relations of production in each country on a case-by-case basis in such a way as to favor the penetration of external capitals. Domestic financial regimes, domestic product markets and thriving domestic firms were, in this way, prized open for takeover by American, Japanese or European companies. Low profits in the core regions could thereby be supplemented by taking a cut out of the higher profits being earned abroad. Accumulation by dispossession became a much more central feature within global capitalism, with privatization as one of its key mantras. Resistance to this became more central within the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist movement. But the left, embedded as it was, and still in many respects is, in the politics of expanded reproduction, was slow to recognize the significance of anti-IMF riots and other movements against dispossession. Walton's 28 pioneering study on the pattern of anti-IMF riots stands out in retrospect. But it also seems right that we do a far more sophisticated analysis to determine which of the myriad movements against dispossession are regressive and anti-modernizing in any socialist sense and which can be progressive or at least be pulled in a progressive direction by alliance formation. As ever, the way in which Gramsci analyzed the Southern question seems to be a pioneering study of this sort. Petrus 29 has recently emphasized this point in his critique of Hart and Negri's empire with its undifferentiated concept of an oppositional multitude battling decentered imperial power. Affluent peasants fighting against land reform are not the same as landless peasants fighting for the right to subsist. But the system, while centered on the Wall Street, Treasury complex, had many multilateral aspects with the financial centers of Tokyo, London, Frankfurt, and many other global cities participating. It was associated with the emergence of transnational capitalist corporations which, though they may have a basis in one or other nation-state, spread themselves across the map of the world in ways that were unthinkable in the earlier phases of imperialism. The trusts and cartels that Lenin described were all tied very closely to particular nation-states. This was the world that the Clinton White House, with an all-powerful Treasury Secretary, Robert Rubin, drawn from the speculator side of Wall Street, sought to manage by a centralist multilateralism, epitomized by the so-called Washington Consensus of the mid-1990s. It seemed, for a brief moment, that Lenin was wrong and that Koskai's theory of a collaborative super-imperialism might be right. An ultra-imperialism based on a peaceful collaboration between all the major capitalist powers, as symbolized by the grouping known as the G7 and the so-called New International Financial Architecture, albeit under the hegemony of U.S. leadership, was possible. 30. This system has now run into serious difficulties. The sheer volatility and chaotic fragmentation of power conflicts make it hard, as Luxemburg earlier noted, to discern how the stern laws of economics are working behind all the smoke and mirrors, particularly those of the financial sector. But insofar as the crisis of 1997-98 revealed that the main center of surplus productive capacity lay in East and Southeast Asia, so that the USA targeted that region specifically for devaluation, the rapid recovery of some parts of East and Southeast Asian capitalism has forced the general problem of overaccumulation back into the forefront of global affairs. 31 This poses the question of how a new form of the spatio-temporal fix, into China, might be organized, or who will bear the brunt of a new round of devaluation. The gathering recession of 2001 within the United States after a decade or more of spectacular, even if irrational, exuberance indicates that the USA may not be immune. A major fault line of instability lies in the rapid deterioration in the balance of payments of the United States. The same exploding imports that drove the world economy during the 1990s, writes Brenner 32, brought U.S. trade and current account deficits to record levels, leading to the historically unprecedented growth of liabilities to overseas owners and the historically unprecedented vulnerability of the U.S. economy to the flight of capital and a collapse of the dollar. But this vulnerability exists on both sides. If the U.S. market collapses, then the economies that look to that market as a sink for their excess productive capacity will go down with it. The alacrity with which the central bankers of countries like Japan and Taiwan lend funds to cover U.S. deficits has a strong element of self-interest. They thereby fund the U.S. consumerism that forms the market for their products. They may now even find themselves funding the U.S. war effort. But the dominance of the USA is, once more, under threat, and this time the danger seems more acute. If, for example, Brodel, followed by Arrighi and Silver 33 is correct, and a powerful wave of financialization is a likely prelude to a transfer of dominant power from one hegemon to another, then the U.S. turn towards financialization in the 1970s would appear to exemplify a self-destructive historical pattern. The deficits, both internal and external, cannot continue to spiral out of control indefinitely, and the ability and willingness of others, primarily in Asia, to fund them, to the tune of $2.3 billion a day at current rates, is not inexhaustible. Any other country in the world that exhibited the macroeconomic condition of the U.S. economy would by now have been subjected to ruthless austerity and structural adjustment procedures by the IMF. But, as Gowan 34 remarks, Washington's capacity to manipulate the dollar price and to exploit Wall Street's international financial dominance enabled the U.S. authorities to avoid doing what other states have had to do: watch the balance of payments, adjust the domestic economy to ensure high levels of domestic savings and investment, watch levels of public and private indebtedness, ensure an effective domestic system of financial intermediation to ensure the strong development of the domestic productive sector. The U.S. economy has had an escape route from all these tasks and has become deeply distorted and unstable as a result. Furthermore, the successive waves of accumulation by dispossession, the hallmark of the new us-centered imperialism, are sparking resistance and resentments wherever they happen to break, generating not only an active worldwide anti-globalization movement, quite different in form from class struggles embedded in processes of expanded reproduction, but also active resistance to U.S. hegemony by formerly pliant subordinate powers, particularly in Asia. South Korea is a case in point, and now even in Europe. The options for the United States are limited. The USA could turn away from its current form of imperialism by engaging in a massive redistribution of wealth within its borders and seek paths to surplus absorption through temporal fixes internally. Dramatic improvements in public education and repair of aging infrastructures would be good places to start. An industrial strategy to revitalize manufacturing would also help. But this would require even more deficit financing or higher taxation as well as heavy state direction, and this is precisely what the bourgeoisie will refuse to contemplate, as was the case in Chamberlain's Britain. Any politician who proposes such a package will almost certainly be howled down by the capitalist press and their ideologists and lose any election in the face of overwhelming money power. Yet, ironically, a massive counterattack within the USA as well as within other core countries of capitalism, particularly in Europe, against the politics of neoliberalism and the cutting of state and social expenditures might be one of the only ways to protect Western capitalism internally from its self-destructive tendencies. Even more suicidal politically, within the USA, would be to try to enforce by self-discipline the kind of austerity program that the IMF typically visits on others. Any attempt by external powers to do so, by capital flight and collapse of the dollar, for example, would surely elicit a savage US political, economic, and even military response. It is hard to imagine that the USA would peacefully accept and adapt to the phenomenal growth of East Asia and recognize, as Arrighi suggests it should, that we are in the midst of a major transition towards Asia as the hegemonic center of global power. Arrighi does not envisage any serious external challenge, but he and his colleagues do conclude that the USA has even greater capabilities than Britain did a century ago to convert its declining hegemony into exploitative domination. If the system eventually breaks down, it will be primarily because of US resistance to adjustment and accommodation. And conversely, US adjustment and accommodation to the rising economic power of the East Asian region is an essential condition for a non-catastrophic transition to a new world order 35. It is unlikely that the USA will go quietly and peacefully into that good night. It would, in any case, entail a reorientation, some signs of which already exist, of East Asian capitalism away from dependency on the US market to the cultivation of an internal market within Asia itself. This is where the huge modernization program within China, an internal version of a spatio-temporal fix that is equivalent to what the USA did internally in the 1950s and 1960s through suburbanization and development of the so-called Sun Belt, may have a critical role to play in gradually siphoning off the surplus capitals of Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea and thereby diminishing the flows into the United States. Taiwan, for example, now exports more to China than to North America. The consequent diminution of the flow of funds for the USA could have calamitous consequences. And it is in this context that we see elements within the US political establishment looking to flex military muscle as the only clear absolute power they have left, talking openly of empire as a political option, presumably to extract tribute from the rest of the world, and looking to control oil supplies as a means to counter the power shifts threatened within the global economy. The attempts by the USA to gain better control of Iraqi and Venezuelan oil supplies, in the former case by purportedly seeking to establish democracy and in the latter by overthrowing it, make a lot of sense. They reek of a rerun of what happened in 1973, since Europe and Japan, as well as East and Southeast Asia, now crucially including China, are even more heavily dependent on Gulf oil than is the United States. If the US engineers the overthrow of Chavez as well as Saddam, if it can stabilize or reform an arm-to-the-teeth Saudi regime that is currently based on the shifting sands of authoritarian rule, and in imminent danger of falling into the hands of radicalized Islam, this was, after all, Osama bin Laden's primary objective. If it can move on, as seems likely, from Iraq to Iran and consolidate its position in Turkey and Uzbekistan as a strategic presence in relation to Caspian Basin oil reserves, then the USA, through firm control of the global oil spigot, might hope to keep effective control over the global economy and secure its own hegemonic position for the next 50 years. The dangers of such a strategy are immense. Resistance will be formidable, not least from Europe and Asia, with Russia not far behind. The reluctance to sanction U.S. military invasion of Iraq in the United Nations, particularly by France and Russia, which already have strong connections to Iraqi oil exploitation, was a case in point. And the Europeans in particular are far more attracted to a Koskian vision of ultra-imperialism in which all the major capitalist powers will supposedly collaborate on an equal basis. An unstable US hegemony that rests on permanent militarization and adventurism of a sort that could seriously threaten global peace is not an attractive prospect for the rest of the world. This is not to say that the European model is much more progressive. If Robert Cooper 36, a Blair consultant, is to be believed, it resurrects 19th-century distinctions between civilized, barbarian and savage states in the guise of postmodern, modern, and pre-modern states with the postmoderns, as guardians of decentered civilized behavior, expected to induce by direct or indirect means obeisance to universal, read Western and bourgeois, norms and humanistic, read capitalistic, practices across the globe. This was exactly the way that 19th-century liberals, like John Stuart Mill, justified keeping India in tutelage and exacting tribute from abroad while praising the principles of representative government at home. In the absence of any strong revival of sustained accumulation through expanded reproduction, this will entail a deepening politics of accumulation by dispossession throughout the world in order to keep the motor of accumulation from stalling entirely. This alternative form of imperialism will hardly be acceptable to wide swathes of the world's population who have lived through, and in some instances begun to fight back against, accumulation by dispossession and the predatory forms of capitalism they have had to confront over the last few decades. The liberal ruse that someone like Cooper proposes is far too familiar to post-colonial writers to have much traction. 37 And the blatant militarism that the USA is increasingly proposing on the grounds that this is the only possible response to global terrorism is not only fraught with danger, including dangerous precedents for preemptive strikes, it is increasingly recognized as a mask for trying to sustain a threatened hegemony within the global system. But perhaps the most interesting question concerns the internal response within the United States itself. On this point Hannah Arendt 38 again makes a telling argument: imperialism abroad cannot for long be sustained without active repressions, even tyranny, at home. The damage done to democratic institutions domestically can be substantial, as the French learned during the Algerian struggle for independence. The popular tradition within the United States is anti-colonial and anti-imperial, and it has taken a very substantive conjuring trick, if not outright deception, to mask the imperial role of the USA in world affairs, or at least to clothe it in grand humanitarian intentions over the past few decades. It is not clear that the US population will generally support an overt turn to any long-term militarist empire, any more than it ended up supporting the Vietnam War. This has been a long-standing popular concern against imperial ventures on the part of the United States, as William Appleman Williams 39 has pointed out. Nor will the US public likely accept for long the price, already substantial given the repressive clauses inserted into the Patriot and the Homeland Security Acts, that has to be paid at home in terms of civil liberties, rights, and general freedoms. If empire entails tearing up the Bill of Rights, then it is not clear that this trade-off will easily be accepted. But the other side of the difficulty is that in the absence of any dramatic revival of sustained accumulation through expanded reproduction and with limited possibilities to accumulate by dispossession, the US economy will likely sink into a deflationary depression that will make the last decade or so in Japan fade into insignificance by comparison. And if there is a serious flight from the dollar, then the austerity will have to be intense, unless, that is, there emerges an entirely different politics of redistribution of wealth and assets, a prospect the bourgeoisie will contemplate with utter horror, which focuses on the complete reorganization of the social and physical infrastructures of the nation to absorb idle capital and labor into socially useful, as opposed to purely speculative, tasks. The shape and form any new imperialism will take is therefore up for grabs. The only thing that is certain is that we are in the midst of a major transition in how the global system works, and that there is a variety of forces in motion which could easily tip the balance in one or another direction. The balance between accumulation by dispossession and expanded reproduction has already shifted towards the former, and it is hard to see this trend doing anything other than deepening, making this the hallmark of what the new imperialism is all about, and making overt claims about the new imperialism and the necessity of empire of great ideological significance. We also know that the economic trajectory taken by Asia is key, but that military dominance still lies with the United States. This, as Arrighi remarks, is a unique configuration, and we may well be seeing in Iraq the first stage of how it might play out geopolitically on the world stage under conditions of generalist recession. The United States, whose hegemony was based on production, finance, and military power in the immediate post-war period, lost its superiority in production after 1970 and may well now be losing financial dominance, leaving it with military might alone. What happens within the United States is therefore a vitally important determinant of how the new imperialism might be articulated. And there is, to boot, a gathering storm of opposition to the deepening of accumulation by dispossession. But the forms of class struggle which this provokes are of a radically different nature from the classic proletarian struggles within expanded reproduction, which continue, though, in somewhat more muted forms, upon which the future of socialism was traditionally supposed to rest. The unities beginning to emerge around these different vectors of struggle are vital to nurture, for within them we can discern the lineaments of an entirely different, non-imperialistic, form of globalization that emphasizes social well-being and humanitarian goals coupled with creative forms of uneven geographical development, rather than the glorification of money power, stock market values and the incessant accumulation of capital across the variegated spaces of the global economy by whatever means, but always ending up heavily concentrated in a few spaces of extraordinary wealth. The moment may be full of volatility and uncertainties, but that means it is also a moment of the unexpected and consequently full of potential. Commentary. This piece was written shortly before the invasion of Iraq but published after it. It is a summary of the general argument laid out in The New Imperialism, published in 2003. It was the first piece in which I argued for the importance of accumulation by dispossession as a key concept through which to understand the shifting global dynamics of capital accumulation. The concept has since been widely taken up because of its relevance to the massive, ongoing land grabs and extraction taking place in many parts of the world. The wave of dispossession in U.S. housing markets through the foreclosures after 2007, to say nothing of widespread predatory practices in housing markets, and the resultant cross-class transfers of asset values, brought home the importance of accumulation by dispossession in the advanced capitalist countries. Intellectual property rights are another terrain where the politics of accumulation by dispossession is of paramount importance. The sense of instability in global capitalism at the time of writing comes through markedly in this piece, as does the obvious need to theorize what's going on. Marx's concept of a permanent tendency towards the overaccumulation of capital is particularly useful. While the new imperialism does not foretell any crash in the property markets then emerging as a primary vehicle for the absorption of surplus capital in the United States, I did point to the possibility. The continuing politics of accumulation by dispossession has been masked in recent years by the necessity for the politics of austerity, which is nothing more than organized dispossession, as has been dramatically and sadly illustrated by Greece. In a civilized world nothing so barbaric should have ever been contemplated. But from the Mexican debt crisis of 1982 onwards, accumulation by dispossession has become standard politics within global capitalism under the name of structural adjustment and austerity for the masses, while bailing out the bankers and handsomely rewarding them for their egregious errors. Chapter 10. The Urban Roots of Financial Crises. Reclaiming the City for Anti-Capitalist Struggle. In an article in the New York Times on February 5, 2011, entitled Housing Bubbles Are Few and Far Between, Robert Shiller, The economist who many consider the great housing expert given his role in the construction of the Case-Shiller Index of housing prices in the United States, reassured everyone that the recent housing bubble was a rare event, not to be repeated for many decades. The enormous housing bubble of the early 2000s isn't comparable to any national or international housing cycle in history. Previous bubbles have been smaller and more regional. The only reasonable parallels, he asserted, were the land bubbles that occurred in the United States way back in the late 1830s and the 1850s. This is, as I shall show, an astonishingly inaccurate reading of capitalist history. The fact that it passed so unremarked testifies to a serious blind spot in contemporary economic thinking. Unfortunately, it also turns out to be an equally blind spot in Marxist political economy. Conventional economics routinely treats investment in the built environment along with urbanization as some sidebar to the more important affairs that go on in some fictional entity called the national economy. The subfield of urban economics is, thus, the arena where inferior economists go while the big guns ply their macroeconomic trading skills elsewhere. Even when the latter notice urban processes, they make it seem as if spatial reorganizations, regional development, and the building of cities are merely some on-the-ground outcome of larger-scale processes that remain unaffected by that which they produce. Thus, in the 2009 World Bank Development Report, which, for the first time ever, took economic geography seriously, the authors did so without a hint that anything could possibly go so catastrophically wrong in urban and regional development as to spark a crisis in the economy as a whole. Written wholly by economists, without consulting geographers, historians, or urban sociologists, the aim was supposedly to explore the influence of geography on economic opportunity and to elevate space and place from mere undercurrents in policy to a major focus. The authors were actually out to show how the application of the usual nostrums of neoliberal economics to urban affairs, like getting the state out of the business of any serious regulation of land and property markets and minimizing the interventions of urban, regional, and spatial planning, was the best way to augment economic growth, i.e. capital accumulation. Though they did have the decency to regret that they did not have the time or space to explore in detail the social and environmental consequences of their proposals, they did plainly believe that cities that provide fluid land and property markets and other supportive institutions, such as protecting property rights, enforcing contracts, and financing housing, will more likely flourish over time as the needs of the market change. Successful cities have relaxed zoning laws to allow higher value users to bid for the valuable land, and have adopted land use regulations to adapt to their changing roles over time too. But land is not a commodity in the ordinary sense. It is a fictitious form of capital that derives from expectations of future rents. Maximizing its yield has driven low or even moderate income households out of Manhattan and central London over the last few years, with catastrophic effects on class disparities and the well-being of underprivileged populations. This is what is putting such intense pressure on the high-value land of Dharavi in Mumbai, a so-called slum that the report correctly depicts as a productive human ecosystem. The World Bank report advocates, in short, the kind of free market fundamentalism that has spawned both macroeconomic disruptions such as the crisis of 2007-09 alongside urban social movements of opposition to gentrification, neighborhood destruction, and the eviction of low-income populations to make way for higher-value land uses. Since the mid-1980s, neoliberal urban policy, applied, for example, across the European Union, concluded that redistributing wealth to less advantaged neighborhoods, cities, and regions was futile and that resources should instead be channeled to dynamic entrepreneurial growth poles. A spatial version of trickle-down would then in the proverbial long run, which never comes, take care of all those pesky regional, spatial and urban inequalities. Turning the city over to the developers and speculative financiers redounds to the benefit of all. If only the Chinese had liberated land uses in their cities to free market forces, the World Bank report argued, their economy would have grown even faster than it did. The World Bank plainly favors speculative capital and not people. The idea that a city can do well, in terms of capital accumulation, while its people, apart from a privileged class, and the environment do badly is never examined. Even worse, the report is deeply complicit with the policies that lay at the root of the crisis of 2007-09. This is particularly odd, given that the report was published 6 months after the Lehman bankruptcy and nearly 2 years after the U.S. housing market turned sour and the foreclosure tsunami was clearly identifiable. We are told, for example, without a hint of critical commentary, that since the deregulation of financial systems in the second half of the 1980s, market-based housing financing has expanded rapidly. Residential mortgage markets are now equivalent to more than 40% of gross domestic product, GDP, in developed countries, but those in developing countries are much smaller, averaging less than 10% of GDP. The public role should be to stimulate well-regulated private involvement. Establishing the legal foundations for simple, enforceable, and prudent mortgage contracts is a good start. When a country's system is more developed and mature, the public sector can encourage a secondary mortgage market, develop financial innovations, and expand the securitization of mortgages. Occupant-owned housing, usually a household's largest single asset by far, is important in wealth creation, social security, and politics. People who own their house or who have secure tenure have a larger stake in their community and thus are more likely to lobby for less crime, stronger governance, and better local environmental conditions. Point 3. These statements are nothing short of astonishing given subsequent events. Roll on the subprime mortgage business, fueled by pablum myths about the benefits of homeownership for all and the filing away of toxic mortgages in highly rated CDOs to be sold to unsuspecting investors. Roll on endless suburbanization that is both land and energy consuming way beyond what is reasonable for the sustained use of planet Earth for human habitation. The authors might plausibly maintain that they had no remit to connect their thinking about urbanization with issues of global warming. Along with Alan Greenspan, they could also argue that they were blindsided by the events of 2007-09, and that they could not be expected to have anticipated anything troubling about the rosy scenario they painted. By inserting the words prudent and well-regulated into the argument they had, as it were, hedged against potential criticism. Point 4. But since they cite innumerable prudentially chosen historical examples to bolster their neoliberal nostrums, how come they missed that the crisis of 1973 originated in a global property market crash that brought down several banks? Did they not notice that the end of the Japanese boom in 1990 corresponded to a collapse of land prices, still ongoing, that the Swedish banking system had to be nationalized in 1992 because of excesses in property markets, that one of the triggers for the collapse in East and Southeast Asia in 1997-98 was excessive urban development in Thailand, that the commercial property-led savings and loan crisis of 1987-90 in the United States saw several hundred financial institutions go belly up at the cost of some $200 billion to the U.S. taxpayers, a situation that so exercised William Isaacs, then chairman of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, that in 1987 he threatened the American Bankers Association with nationalization unless they mended their ways. Point 5. Where were the World Bank economists when all this was going on? There have been hundreds of financial crises since 1973, compared to very few prior to that, and quite a few of them have been property or urban development led. And it was pretty clear to almost anyone who thought about it, including, it turns out, Robert Shiller, that something was going badly wrong in U.S. housing markets after 2000 or so. Irrational exuberance and the animal spirits of the financiers were getting out of hand. Point 6. But he saw it as exceptional rather than systemic. Shiller could well claim, of course, that all of the above examples were merely regional events. But then so, from the standpoint of the people of Brazil or China, was the crisis of 2007-09. The geographical epicentre was the U.S. Southwest and Florida, with some spillover in Georgia, along with a few other hot spots. The grumbling foreclosure crises that began as early as 2005 in poor areas in older cities like Baltimore and Cleveland were too local and unimportant because those affected were African Americans and minorities. Internationally, Spain and Ireland were badly caught out, as was also, though to a lesser extent, Britain. But there were no serious problems in the property markets in France, Germany, the Netherlands, Poland or, at that time, throughout Asia. A regional crisis centered in the United States went global, to be sure, in ways that did not happen in the cases of, say, Japan or Sweden in the early 1990s. But the savings and loan crisis centered on 1987, the year of a serious stock crash that is still viewed as a totally separate incident, had global ramifications. The same was true of the much-neglected global property market crash of early 1973. Conventional wisdom has it that only the oil price hike in the autumn of 1973 mattered. But it turned out that the property crash preceded the oil price hike by 6 months or more and the recession was well underway by the autumn. The boom can be measured by the fact that real estate investment trust assets in the USA grew from $2 billion in 1969 to $20 billion in 1973, and that commercial bank mortgage loans increased from $66.7 billion to $113.6 billion over the same period. The property market crash that then followed in the spring of 1973 spilled over, for obvious revenue reasons, into the fiscal crisis of local states, which would not have happened had the recession been only about oil prices. The subsequent New York City fiscal crisis of 1975 was hugely important because at that time it controlled one of the largest public budgets in the world, prompting pleas from the French president and the West German chancellor to bail New York City out to avoid a global implosion in financial markets. New York then became the center for the invention of neoliberal practices of gifting moral hazard to the banks and making the people pay up through the restructuring of municipal contracts and services. The impact of the most recent property market crash has also carried over into the virtual bankruptcy of states like California, creating huge stresses in state and municipal government finance and government employment almost everywhere in the USA. The story of the New York City fiscal crisis of the 1970s eerily resembles that of the state of California, which today has the 8th largest public budget in the world. 7. The National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, has recently unearthed yet another example of the role of property booms in sparking deep crises of capitalism. From a study of real estate data in the 1920s, Getzman and Newman 8 show how publicly issued real estate securities affected real estate construction activity in the 1920s, and the breakdown in their valuation, through the mechanism of the collateral cycle, may have led to the subsequent stock market crash of 1929-30. With respect to housing, Florida, then as now, was an intense center of speculative development, with the nominal value of a building permit increasing by 8,000% between 1919 and 1925. Nationally, the estimates of increases in housing values were around 400% or over roughly the same period. 9. But this was a sideshow compared to commercial development, which was almost entirely centered on New York and Chicago, where all manner of financial supports and securitization procedures were concocted to fuel a boom matched only in the mid-2000s. Even more telling is the graph Getzman and Newman compile on tall building construction in New York City. The property booms that preceded the crashes of 1929, 1973, 1987, and 2000 stand out like a pikestaff. The buildings we see around us in New York City, they poignantly note, represent more than an architectural movement, they were largely the manifestation of a widespread financial phenomenon. Noting that real estate securities in the 1920s were every bit as toxic as they are now, they went on to conclude, the New York skyline is a stark reminder of securitization's ability to connect capital from a speculative public to building ventures. An increased understanding of the early real estate securities market has the potential to provide a valuable input when modeling for worst-case scenarios in the future. Optimism in financial markets has the power to raise steel, but it does not make a building pay. Property market booms and busts are, clearly, inextricably intertwined with speculative financial flows, and these booms and busts have serious consequences for the macroeconomy in general, as well as all manner of externality effects upon resource depletion and environmental degradation. Furthermore, the greater the share of property markets in GDP, then the more significant the connection between financing and investment in the built environment becomes as a potential source of macro crises. In the case of developing countries such as Thailand, where housing mortgages, if the World Bank report is right, are equivalent to only 10% of GDP, a property crash could certainly contribute to but not totally power a macroeconomic collapse, of the sort that occurred in 1997-98, whereas in the United States, where housing mortgage debt is equivalent to 40% of GDP, then it most certainly could, and did in fact generate the crisis of 2007-09. The Marxist perspective. With bourgeois theory, if not totally blind, at best lacking in insights relating urban developments to macroeconomic disruptions, One would have thought that Marxist critics with their vaunted historical materialist methods would have had a field day with fierce denunciations of soaring rents and the savage dispossessions characteristic of what Marx and Engels referred to as the secondary forms of exploitation visited upon the working classes in their living places by merchant capitalists and landlords. They would have set the appropriation of space within the city through gentrification, high-end condo construction and disnification against the barbaric homelessness, lack of affordable housing and degrading urban environments, both physical, as in air quality, and social, as in crumbling schools and so-called benign neglect of education, for the mass of the population. There has been some of that in a restricted circle of Marxist urbanists, I count myself one. But in fact the structure of thinking within Marxism generally is distressingly similar to that within bourgeois economics. The urbanists are viewed as specialists while the truly significant core of macroeconomic Marxist theorizing lies elsewhere. Again, the fiction of a national economy takes precedence because that is where the data can most easily be found and, to be fair, some of the major policy decisions are taken. The role of the property market in creating the crisis conditions of 2007-09 and its aftermath of unemployment and austerity, much of it administered at the local and municipal level, is not well understood, because there has been no serious attempt to integrate an understanding of processes of urbanization and built environment formation into the general theory of the laws of motion of capital. As a consequence, many Marxist theorists, who love crises to death, tend to treat the recent crash as an obvious manifestation of their favored version of Marxist crisis theory, be it falling rates of profit, underconsumption, or whatever. Marx is to some degree himself to blame, though unwittingly so, for this state of affairs. In the introduction to the Grundrisse, he states his objective in writing Capital is to explicate the general laws of motion of capital. This meant concentrating exclusively on the production and realization of surplus value while abstracting from and excluding what he called the particularities of distribution, interest, rents, taxes and even actual wage and profit rates, since these were accidental, conjunctural, and of the moment in space and time. He also abstracted from the specificities of exchange relations, such as supply and demand and the state of competition. When demand and supply are in equilibrium, he argued, they cease to explain anything, while the coercive laws of competition function as the enforcer rather than the determinant of the general laws of motion of capital. This immediately provokes the thought of what happens when the enforcement mechanism is lacking, as happens under conditions of monopolization, and what happens when we include spatial competition in our thinking, which is, as has long been known, always a form of monopolistic competition, as in the case of interurban competition. Finally, Marx depicts consumption as a singularity, a very Spinoza-like conception that Hart and Negri have been at pains recently to revive. As such it is chaotic, unpredictable, and uncontrollable, and, therefore, in Marx's view, generally outside of the field of political economy, the study of use values, he declares on the first page of Capital, is the business of history and not of political economy. Marx also identified another level, that of the metabolic relation to nature, which is a universal condition of all forms of human society and therefore broadly irrelevant to an understanding of the general laws of motion of capital understood as a specific social and historical construct. Environmental issues have a shadowy presence throughout Capital for this reason, which does not imply that Marx thought them unimportant or insignificant, any more than he dismissed consumption as irrelevant in the grander scheme of things. Throughout most of Capital, Marx pretty much sticks to the framework outlined in the Grundrisse. Point 10. He lasers in on the generality of production of surplus value and excludes everything else. He recognizes from time to time that there are problems in so doing. There is, he notes, some double positing going on. Land, labor, money, commodities are crucial facts of production while interest, rents, wages and profits are excluded from the analysis as particularities of distribution. The virtue of Marx's approach is that it allows a very clear account of the general laws of motion of capital to be constructed in a way that abstracts from the specific and particular conditions of his time, such as the crises of 1847–48 and 1857–58. This is why we can still read him today in ways that are relevant to our own times. But this approach imposes costs. To begin with, Marx makes clear that the analysis of an actually existing capitalist society/situation requires a dialectical integration of the universal, the general, the particular, and the singular aspects of a society construed as a working organic totality. We cannot hope, therefore, to explain actual events, such as the crisis of 2007-09, simply in terms of the general laws of motion of capital. This is one of my objections to those who try to cram the facts of the present crisis into some theory of the falling rate of profit. But, conversely, we cannot attempt such an explanation without reference to the general laws of motion either, though Marx himself appears to do so in his account in Capital of the independent and autonomous financial and commercial crisis of 1847–48, or even more dramatically in his historical studies of the 18th Brumaire and class struggles in France, where the general laws of motion of capital are never mentioned. Secondly, the abstractions within Marx's chosen level of generality start to fracture as the argument in Capital progresses. There are many examples of this, but the one that is most conspicuous, and in any case most germane to the argument here, relates to Marx's handling of the credit system. Several times in Volume 1 and repeatedly in Volume 2, Marx invokes the credit system only to lay it aside as a fact of distribution that he is not prepared yet to confront. The general laws of motion he studies in Volume 2, particularly those of fixed capital circulation and working periods, production periods, circulation times and turnover times, all end up not only invoking but necessitating the credit system. He gets very explicit on this point. When commenting on how the money capital advanced must always be greater than that applied in surplus value production in order to deal with differential turnover times, he notes how changes in turnover times can set free some of the money earlier advanced. This money capital that is set free by the mechanism of the turnover movement, together with the money capital set free by the successive reflux of the fixed capital and that needed for variable capital in every labor process, must play a significant role, as soon as the credit system has developed, and must also form one of the foundations for this. 11 From this and other similar comments it becomes clear that the credit system becomes absolutely necessary for capital circulation and that some accounting of the credit system has to be incorporated into the general laws of motion of capital. This poses a serious problem because when we get to the analysis of the credit system in Volume 3, we find that the interest rate is set by supply and demand and by the state of competition, two specificities that have been earlier totally excluded from the theoretical level of generality at which Marx works. I mention this because the significance of the rules that Marx imposed upon his inquiries in Capital has largely been ignored. When these rules necessarily get not only bent but broken, as happens in the case of credit and interest, then new prospects for theorizing are opened up that go beyond the insights that Marx has already produced. Marx actually recognizes this might happen at the very outset of his endeavors. In the Grundrisse 12 he thus says of consumption, the most recalcitrant of his categories for analysis given the singularities involved, that while it, like the study of use values, actually belongs outside of economics, the possibility exists for consumption to react in turn upon the point of departure, production, and initiate the whole process anew. This is particularly the case with productive consumption, the labor process itself. Tronti and those who followed in his footsteps, such as Negri, are therefore perfectly correct to see the labor process as itself constituted as a singularity, chaotic, hard to discipline, unpredictable and therefore always potentially dangerous for capital, internalized within the general laws of motion of capital. 13 The legendary difficulties faced by capitalists as they seek to mobilize the animal spirits of the workers to produce surplus value signals the existence of this singularity. In the heart of the production process, this is nowhere more obvious than in the construction industry, as we will see. Internalizing the credit system and the relation between the rate of interest and the rate of profit within the general laws of production, circulation, and realization of capital is likewise a disruptive necessity if we are to bring Marx's theoretical apparatus more acutely to bear on actual events. The integration of credit into the general theory has to be carefully done, however, in ways that preserve, albeit in a transformed state, the theoretical insights already gained. With regards to the credit system, for example, we cannot treat it simply as an entity in itself, a kind of efflorescence located on Wall Street or in the City of London that is free-floating above the grounded activities on Main Street. A lot of credit-based activity may indeed be speculative froth and a disgusting excrescence of human lust for gold and pure money power. But much of it is fundamental and absolutely necessary to the functioning of capital. The boundaries between what is necessary and what is, a. necessarily fictitious, as in the case of state and mortgage debt, and, b. pure excess are not easy to define. Clearly, to try to analyze the dynamics of the recent crisis and its aftermath without reference to the credit system, with mortgages standing at 40% of GDP in the USA, consumerism, 70% of the driving force in the US economy compared to 35% in China, and the state of competition, monopoly power in financial, real estate, retailing and many other markets, would be a ridiculous enterprise. $1.4 trillion in mortgages, many of them toxic, are sitting on the secondary markets of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac in the United States, thus forcing the government to allocate $400 billion to a potential rescue effort, with around $142 billion already spent. To understand this, we need to unpack what Marx might mean by the category of fictitious capital and its connectivity to land and property markets. We need a way to understand how securitization, as Getzmann and Newman 14 put it, connects capital from a speculative public to building ventures. For was it not speculation in the values of land and housing prices and rents that played a fundamental role in the formation of this crisis? Fictitious capital, for Marx, is not a figment of some Wall Street trader's cocaine-addled brain. It is a fetish construct, which means, given Marx's characterization of fetishism in Volume 1 of Capital, that it is real enough but that it is a surface phenomenon that disguises something important about underlying social relations. When a bank lends to the state and receives interest in return, it appears as if there is something productive going on within the state that is actually producing value, when most, but not all, as I shall shortly show, of what goes on within the state, like fighting wars, has nothing to do with value production. When the bank lends to a consumer to buy a house and receives a flow of interest in return, it makes it seem as if something is going on in the house that is directly producing value, when that is not the case. When banks take up bond issues to construct hospitals, universities, schools, and the like in return for interest, it seems as if value is being directly produced in those institutions, when it is not. When banks lend to purchase land and property in search of extracting rents, then the distributive category of rent becomes absorbed into the flow of fictitious capital circulation. Point 15. When banks lend to other banks, or when the central bank lends to the commercial banks who lend to land speculators looking to appropriate rents, then fictitious capital looks more and more like an infinite regression of fictions built upon fictions. These are all examples of fictitious capital flows. And it is these flows that convert real into unreal estate. Marx's point is that the interest that is paid comes from somewhere else, taxation or direct extract-ions on surplus value production or levies on revenues, wages and profits. And for Marx, of course, the only place where value and surplus value are created is in the labor process of production. What goes on in fictitious capital circulation may be socially necessary to sustaining capitalism. It may be part of the necessary costs of production and reproduction. Secondary forms of surplus value can be extracted by capitalist enterprises through the exploitation of workers employed by retailers, banks, and hedge funds. But Marx's point is that if there is no value and surplus value being produced in production in general, then these sectors cannot exist by themselves. If no shirts and shoes are produced, what would retailers sell? There is, however, a caveat that is terribly important. Some of the flow of fictitious capital can indeed be associated with value creation. When I convert my mortgaged house into a sweatshop employing illegal immigrants, the house becomes fixed capital in production. When the state builds roads and other infrastructures that function as collective means of production for capital, then these have to be categorized as productive state expenditures. When the hospital or university becomes the site for innovation and design of new drugs, equipment, and the like, it becomes a site of production. Marx would not be fazed by these caveats at all. As he says of fixed capital, whether something functions as fixed capital or not depends upon its use and not upon its physical qualities. 16 Fixed capital declines when textile lofts are converted into condominiums while microfinance converts peasant huts into, far cheaper, fixed capital of production. Much of the value and surplus value created in production is siphoned off to pass, by all manner of complicated paths, through fictitious channels. And when banks lend to other banks, it is clear that all manner of both socially unnecessary side payments and speculative movements become possible, built upon the perpetually shifting terrain of fluctuating asset values. Those asset values depend upon a critical process of capitalization. A revenue stream from some asset, such as land, property, a stock, or whatever, is assigned a capital value at which it can be traded, depending upon the interest and discount rates determined by supply and demand conditions in the money market. How to value such assets when there is no market for them became a huge problem in 2008, and it has not gone away. The question of how toxic the assets held by Fannie Mae really are gives almost everyone a headache. There is an important echo here of the capital value controversy that erupted and got promptly buried, like all manner of other inconvenient truths, in conventional economic theory in the early 1970s. 17. The problem that the credit system poses is that it is vital to the production, circulation, and realization of capital flows at the same time as it is the pinnacle of all manner of speculative and other insane forms. It is this that led Marx to characterize Isaac Pereire, who, with his brother Emile, was one of the masters of the speculative reconstruction of urban Paris under Haussmann, as having the nicely mixed character of swindler and prophet. 18. Capital accumulation through urbanization. I have argued at length elsewhere that urbanization has been a key means for the absorption of capital and labor surpluses throughout capitalism's history. 19. I have long argued it has a very particular relation to the absorption of overaccumulating capital for very specific reasons that have to do with the long working periods, turnover times, and the lifetimes of investments in the built environment. It also has a geographical specificity such that the production of space and of spatial monopolies becomes integral to the dynamics of accumulation, not simply by virtue of the changing patterns of commodity flows over space but also by virtue of the very nature of the created and produced spaces and places over which such movements occur. But precisely because all of this activity, which, by the way, is a hugely important side for value and surplus value production, is so long-term, it calls for some combination of finance capital and state engagements as absolutely fundamental to its functioning. This activity is clearly speculative in the long term and always runs the risk of replicating, at a much later date and on a magnified scale, the very overaccumulation conditions that it initially helps relieve. Hence the crisis-prone character of urban and other forms of physical infrastructural investments, transcontinental railroads and highways, dams, and the like. The cyclical character of such investments has been well documented for the 19th century in the meticulous work of Brinley Thomas. 20 But the theory of construction business cycles became neglected after 1945 or so, in part because state-led Keynesian-style interventions were deemed effective in flattening them out. The construction business cycle, circa 18 years in the USA, effectively disappeared. 21 But the gradual breakdown of systemic Keynesian contracyclical interventions after the mid-1970s would suggest that a return to construction business cycles was more than a little likely. The data suggest that while fluctuations in construction have remained muted, asset value bubbles have become much more volatile than in the past, though the NBER accounts of the 1920s might be taken as contrary evidence to that view. The cyclical movements have also come to exhibit a more complicated geographical configuration, even within countries, e.g. the US South and West exhibiting different rhythms to the Northeast and Midwest. Without a general perspective of this sort, we cannot even begin to understand the dynamics that led into the catastrophe of housing markets and urbanization in 2008 in certain regions and cities of the United States as well as in Spain, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. By the same token, we cannot understand some of the paths that are currently being taken, particularly in China, to get out of the mess that was fundamentally produced elsewhere. For in the same way that Brinley-Thomas documents contracyclical movements between Britain and the United States in the 19th century, such that a boom in residential construction in one place was balanced by a crash in the other, so we now see a crash in construction in the United States and much of Europe being counterbalanced by a huge urbanization and infrastructural investment boom centered in China, with several offshoots elsewhere, particularly in the so-called BRIC countries. And just to get the macro picture connection right, we should immediately note that the United States and Europe are mired in low growth while China is registering a 10% growth rate, American Samoa of 2011, with the other BRIC countries not far behind. The pressure for the housing market and urban development in the United States to absorb over-accumulating capital through speculative activity began to build in the mid-1990s and fiercely accelerated after the end of the high-tech bubble and the stock market crash of 2001. The political pressures put on respectable financial institutions, including Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, to lower their lending standards to accommodate the housing boom, coupled with the low interest rates favored by Greenspan at the Fed, unquestionably fueled the boom. But as Getzman and Newman remark, finance, backed by the state, can build cities and suburbs but they cannot necessarily make them pay. So what fueled the demand? To understand the dynamics we have to understand how productive and fictitious capital circulation combine within the credit system in the context of property markets. Financial institutions lend to developers, landowners, and construction companies to build, say, suburban tract housing around San Diego or condos in Florida and southern Spain. In boom times, construction accounts directly for some 7% of employment and more than double that when building materials suppliers and all the legal/financial services that rotate around the real estate industry are counted in. The viability of this sector presumes, however, that value can be realized. This is where fictitious capital comes in. Money is lent to purchasers who presumably have the ability to pay out of their revenues, wages or profits. The financial system thus regulates to a considerable degree both the supply of and demand for tract housing and condos. This difference is similar to that between what Marx identifies in Capital 22 as loan capital for production and the discounting of bills of exchange which facilitates the realization of values in the market. In the case of housing in Southern California, the same finance company often furnished the finance to build and the finance to buy what had been built. As happens with labor markets, capital has the power to manipulate both supply and demand, which is totally at odds with the idea of the freely functioning markets that the World Bank report supposes to be in place. 23. But the relationship is lopsided. While bankers, developers, and construction companies easily combine to forge a class alliance, one that often dominates what is called the urban growth machine. 24 Both politically and economically, consumer mortgages are singular and dispersed and often involve loans to those who occupy a different class or, particularly in the United States but not in Ireland, racial or ethnic position. With securitization of mortgages, the finance company could simply pass any risk on to someone else, which is, of course, precisely what they did, after having creamed off all the origination and legal fees that they could. If the financier has to choose between the bankruptcy of a developer because of failures of realization or the bankruptcy of and foreclosure on the purchaser of housing, particularly if the purchaser is from the lower classes or from a racial or ethnic minority, then it is fairly clear which way the financial system will lean. Class and racial prejudices are invariably involved. Furthermore, the asset markets constituted by housing and land inevitably have a Ponzi character even without a Bernie Madoff at the top. I buy a property and the property prices go up and a rising market encourages others to buy. When the pool of truly creditworthy buyers dries up, then why not go further down the income layers to higher risk consumers, ending up with no income and no asset buyers who might gain by flipping the property as prices rise. A property dealer would buy a rundown house cheaply, put in a few cosmetic repairs, much overvalued, and arrange favorable mortgage finance for the unsuspecting buyer, who lived in the house only so long as the roof did not fall in or the furnace blow up. And so it goes until the bubble pops. Financial institutions have tremendous incentives to sustain the bubble as long as they can. The problem is that they often can't get off the train before it wrecks because the train is accelerating so quickly. This is where the disparate turnover times, which Marx so cannily analyses in Volume 2 of Capital, also become crucial. Contracts that finance construction are drawn up long before sales can begin. The time lags are often substantial. The Empire State Building in New York opened on May Day 1931, almost 2 years after the stock market crash and more than 3 years after the real estate crash. The Twin Towers opened shortly after the crash of 1973, and for years could find no private tenants, and now the downtown rebuilding on the 9/11 site is about to come online when commercial property values are depressed. Since the realization of the values produced is so crucial to the recuperation of the initial loans, then finance companies will go to any lengths to stimulate the market beyond its real capacity. But there are longer-term issues here that also need to be taken into account. If the NBER papers are correct, the collapse of the construction boom after 1928, which was manifest as a $2 billion drop-off, huge for the time, in housing construction and a collapse of housing starts to less than 10% of their former volume in the larger cities, played an important but still not well understood role in the 1929 crash. A Wikipedia entry notes, devastating was the disappearance of 2 million high-paying jobs in the construction trades, plus the loss of profits and rents that humbled many landlords and real estate investors. 25 This surely had implications for confidence in the stock market more generally. Small wonder that there were desperate subsequent attempts by the Roosevelt administration to revive the housing sector. To that end, a raft of reforms in housing mortgage finance was implemented, culminating in the creation of a secondary mortgage market through the founding of the Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae, in 1938. The task of Fannie Mae was to insure mortgages and to allow banks and other lenders to pass the mortgages on, thus providing much-needed liquidity to the housing market. These institutional reforms were later to play a vital role in financing the suburbanization of the United States after World War II. While necessary, they were not sufficient to put housing construction onto a different plane in U.S. economic development. All sorts of tax incentives, such as the mortgage interest tax deduction, along with the GI Bill and a very positive Housing Act of 1947, which declared the right of all Americans to live in decent housing in a decent living environment, were devised to promote home ownership for political as well as economic reasons. Home ownership was widely promoted as central to the American dream, and it rose from just above 40% of the population in the 1940s to more than 60% by the 1960s and close to 70% at its peak in 2004. As of 2010 it had fallen to 66%. Home ownership may be a deeply held cultural value in the United States, but cultural values of this sort always flourish best when promoted and subsidized by state policies. The stated reasons for such policies are all those that the World Bank report cites. But the political reason is rarely now acknowledged, as was openly noted in the 1930s, debt-encumbered homeowners do not go on strike. 26 The military personnel returning from service in World War II would have constituted a social and political threat had they returned to unemployment and depression. What better way to kill two birds with one stone, revive the economy through massive housing construction and suburbanization, and co-opt the better paid workers into conservative politics by home ownership? During the 1950s and the 1960s these policies worked, both from the political and the macroeconomic viewpoints, since they underpin 2 decades of very strong growth in the United States, and the effects of that growth spilled over globally. The problem was that the urbanization process was as geographically uneven as were the income streams that flowed to different segments of the working class. While the suburbs flourished, the inner cities stagnated and declined. While the white working class flourished, in relative terms the impacted inner-city minorities, African American in particular, did not. The result was a whole sequence of inner-city uprisings, Detroit, Watts, culminating in spontaneous uprisings in some 40 cities across the United States in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King in 1968. Something that came to be known as the urban crisis was there for all to see and easily name, even though it was not, from the macroeconomic standpoint, a crisis of urbanization. Massive federal funds were released to deal with it after 1968 until Nixon declared the crisis over, for fiscal reasons, in the recession of 1973.27. The sidebar to all of this was that Fannie Mae became a government-sponsored private enterprise in 1968 and, after it was provided with a competitor, the Federal Home Mortgage Corporation, Freddie Mac, in 1972, both institutions played a hugely important and eventually destructive role in promoting home ownership and sustaining housing construction over nearly 50 years. Home mortgage debt now accounts for some 40% of the accumulated private debt of the United States, much of which, as we have seen, is toxic. And both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have passed back into government control. What to do about them is an intensely debated political question, as are the subsidies to home ownership, in relation to U.S. indebtedness more generally. Whatever happens will have major consequences for the future of the housing sector in particular and urbanization more generally in relation to capital accumulation within the United States. The current signs in the United States are not encouraging. The housing sector is not reviving. There are signs it is heading for a dreaded double-dip recession as federal monies dry up and unemployment remains high. Housing starts have plunged for the first time to below pre-1940s levels. As of March 2011, the unemployment rate in construction stood above 20% compared to a rate of 9.7% in manufacturing that was very close to the national average. In the Great Depression, more than a quarter of construction workers remained unemployed as late as 1939. Getting them back to work was a crucial target for public interventions, such as the WPA. Attempts by the Obama administration to create a stimulus package for infrastructural investments have largely been frustrated by Republican opposition. To make matters worse, the condition of state and local finances in the USA is so dire as to result in layoffs and furloughs as well as savage cuts in urban services. The collapse of the housing market and the fall of housing prices by 20% or more nationwide have put a huge dent in local finances, which rely heavily on property taxes. An urban fiscal crisis is brewing as state and municipal governments cut back and construction languishes. On top of all this comes a class politics of austerity that is being pursued for political and not for economic reasons. Radical right-wing Republican administrations at the state and local levels are using the so-called debt crisis to savage government programs and reduce state and local government employment. This has, of course, been a long-standing tactic of a capital-inspired assault on government programs more generally. Reagan cut taxes on the wealthy from 72% to around 30% and launched a debt-financed arms race with the Soviet Union. The debt soared under Reagan as a result. As his budget director, David Stockman, later noted, running up the debt became a convenient excuse to go after government regulation, e.g. the environment, and social programs, in effect externalizing the costs of environmental degradation and social reproduction. President Bush Jr. faithfully followed suit, with his vice president, Dick Cheney, proclaiming that Reagan taught us that deficits do not matter. 28 Tax cuts for the rich, 2 unfunded wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and a huge gift to Big Pharma through a state-funded prescription drug program turned what has been a budget surplus under Clinton into a sea of red ink, enabling the Republican Party and conservative Democrats later to do big capital's bidding, and go as far as possible in externalizing those costs that capital never wants to bear. the costs of environmental degradation and social reproduction. The assault on the environment and the well-being of the people is palpable, and it is taking place for political and class, not economic, reasons. It is inducing, as David Stockman has very recently noted, a state of plain class war. As Warren Buffett also put it, sure there is class war, and it is my class, the rich, who are making it, and we are winning. 29 The only question is, when will the people start to wage class war back? And one of the places to start would be to focus on the rapidly degrading qualities of urban life, through foreclosures, the persistence of predatory practices in urban housing markets, reductions in services, and above all the lack of viable employment opportunities in urban labor markets almost everywhere, with some cities, Detroit being the sad poster child, utterly bereft of employment prospects. The crisis now is as much an urban crisis as it ever was. Predatory urban practices. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels 30 note in passing that no sooner does the worker receive his wages in cash, than he is set upon by the other portions of the bourgeoisie, the landlord, the shopkeeper, the pawnbroker, etc. Marxists have traditionally relegated such forms of exploitation, and the class struggles, for such they are, that inevitably arise around them, to the shadows of their theorizing as well as to the margins of their politics. But I here want to argue that they constitute, at least in the advanced capitalist economies, a vast terrain of accumulation by dispossession through which money is sucked up into the circulation of fictitious capital to underpin the vast fortunes made from within the financial system. The predatory practices that were omnipresent within the subprime lending field before the crash were legendary in their proportions. Before the crisis broke, the low-income African American population of the United States was estimated to have lost somewhere between $71 and $93 billion in asset values through predatory subprime practices. Contemporaneously, the bonuses on Wall Street were soaring on unheard-of profit rates from pure financial manipulations, particularly those associated with the securitization of mortgages. The inference is that by various hidden channels massive transfers of wealth from the poor to the rich were occurring, beyond those since documented in the plainly shady practices of mortgage companies like Countrywide, through financial manipulations in housing markets. 31. What has happened since is even more astonishing. Many of the foreclosures, over 1 million during the last year, turn out to have been illegal if not downright fraudulent, leading a congressman from Florida to write to the Florida Supreme Court Justice that if the reports I am hearing are true, the illegal foreclosures taking place represent the largest seizure of private property ever attempted by banks and government entities. 32 Attorneys General in all 50 states are now investigating the problem, but, as might be expected, they all seem anxious to close out the investigations in as summary a way as possible at the price of a few financial settlements, but no restitutions of illegally seized properties. Certainly, no one is likely to go to jail for it, even though there is clear evidence of systematic forgery of legal documents. Predatory practices of this sort have been long-standing. So let me give some instances from Baltimore. Shortly after arriving in the city in 1969, I became involved in a study of inner-city housing provision that focused on the role of different actors: landlords, tenants, and homeowners, the brokers and lenders, the Federal Housing Administration, the city authorities, housing code enforcement in particular, in the production of the terrifying rat-infested inner-city living conditions in the areas racked by uprisings in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King. The vestiges of redlining of areas of low-income African American populations denied credit was etched into the map of the city, but exclusions were by then justified as a legitimate response to high credit risk and not supposedly to race. In several areas of the city, active blockbusting practices were to be found. This generated high profits for ruthless real estate companies. But for this to work, African Americans had also to somehow acquire access to mortgage finance when they were all lumped together as a high credit risk population. This could be done by way of something called the land installment contract. In effect, African Americans were helped by property owners who acted as intermediaries to the credit markets and took out a mortgage in their own names. After a few years, when some of the principal plus the interest had been paid down, thus proving the family's creditworthiness, the title was supposed to be passed on to the resident with help from the friendly property owner and local mortgage institution. Some takers made it, though usually in neighborhoods that were declining in value, but in unscrupulous hands, and there were many in Baltimore, though not, it appears, so many in Chicago, where this system was also common. This could be a particularly predatory form of accumulation by dispossession. 33 The property owner was permitted to charge fees to cover property taxes, administrative and legal costs, and the like. These fees, sometimes exorbitant, could be added to the principal of the mortgage. After years of steady payment, many families found they owed more on the principal on the house than they did at the start. If they failed once to pay the higher payments after interest rates rose, the contract was voided and families were evicted. Such practices caused something of a scandal. A civil rights action was started against the worst landlord offenders. But it failed because those who had signed onto the land installment contract had simply not read the small print or had their own lawyer, which poor people rarely have, to read it for them. The small print is in any case incomprehensible to ordinary mortals. Have you ever read the small print on your credit card? Predatory practices of this sort never went away. The land installment contract was displaced by practices of flipping in the 1980s. And when the subprime market began to form in the 1990s, cities like Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit, Buffalo, and the like became major centers for a growing wave of accumulation by dispossession, $70 billion or more nationwide. Baltimore eventually launched a civil rights lawsuit after the crash of 2008 against Wells Fargo over its discriminatory subprime lending practices, reverse redlining in which people were steered into taking subprime rather than conventional loans, in which African Americans and single-headed households, women, were systematically exploited. Almost certainly the suit will fail, although at the third iteration it has been allowed to go forward in the courts, since it will be almost impossible to prove intent based on race as opposed to credit risk. As usual, the incomprehensible small print allows for a lot. Consumers beware. Cleveland took a more nuanced path, sue the finance companies for the creation of a public nuisance because the landscape was littered with foreclosed houses that required city action to board them up. The China story. Insofar as there has been any exit from the crisis this time, it is notable that the housing and property boom in China, along with a huge wave of debt-financed infrastructural investments there, has taken a leading role not only in stimulating their internal market, and mopping up unemployment in the export industries, but also in stimulating the economies that are tightly integrated into the China trade, such as Australia and Chile with their raw materials and Germany with its high-speed rail and automotive exports. In the United States, on the other hand, construction has been slow to revive, with the unemployment rate in construction, as I earlier noted, more than twice the national average. Urban investments typically take a long time to produce and an even longer time to mature. It is always difficult to determine, therefore, when an overaccumulation of capital has been or is about to be transformed into an overaccumulation of investments in the built environment. The likelihood of overshooting, as regularly happened with the railways in the 19th century and as the long history of building cycles and crashes shows, is very high. The fearlessness of the pell-mell urbanization and infrastructural investment boom that is completely reconfiguring the geography of the Chinese national space rests in part on the ability of the central government to intervene arbitrarily in the banking system if anything goes wrong. A relatively mild, by comparison, recession in property markets in the late 1990s in leading cities such as Shanghai left the banks holding title to a vast array of non-earning assets, toxic we call them. Unofficially, estimates ran as high as 40% of bank loans being non-earning. 34 The response of the central government was to use their abundant foreign exchange reserves to recapitalize the banks, a Chinese version of what later became known as the controversial Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, in the United States. It is known that the state used some $45 billion of its foreign exchange reserves for this purpose in the late 1990s, and it may have indirectly used much more. But as China's institutions evolve in ways more consistent with global financial markets, so it becomes harder for the central government to control what is happening in the financial sector. The reports now available from China make it seem rather too similar for comfort to the American Southwest and Florida in the 2000s, or Florida in the 1920s. Since the general privatization of housing in China in 1998, housing construction has taken off in a spectacular, and speculative, fashion. Housing prices are reported to have risen 140% nationwide since 2007 and as much as 800% in the main cities such as Beijing and Shanghai over the last 5 years. In the latter city, property prices are reputed to have doubled over the last year alone. The average apartment price there now stands at $500,000, and even in second-tier cities a typical home costs about 25 times the average income of residents, which is clearly unsustainable. One consequence is the emergence of strong inflationary pressures. Too much of the country's growth continues to be tied to inflationary spending on real estate development and government investment in roads, railways, and other multibillion-dollar infrastructure projects. In the first quarter of 2011, fixed asset investment, a broad measure of building activity, jumped 25% from the period a year earlier, and real estate investment soared 37%, according to government statements. 35. Extensive land acquisitions and displacements of legendary proportions in some of the major cities, as many as 3 million people displaced in Beijing over the last 10 years, indicate an active economy of dispossession booming alongside this huge urbanization push throughout the whole of China. The forced displacements and dispossessions are probably the single most important cause of a rising tide of popular and sometimes violent protests. On the other hand, the land sales to developers have been providing a lucrative cash cow to fill local government coffers. Only in early 2011 did the central government demand they be curbed in order to stifle what many commentators saw as the out-of-control property market. The result, however, was to plunge many municipalities into fiscal difficulties. Whole new cities, with hardly any residents or real activities as yet, can now be found in the Chinese interior, prompting a curious advertising program in the United States business press to attract investors and companies to this new urban frontier of global capitalism. 36 And as happened in the post-World War II suburbanization boom in the United States, when all the ancillary housing appliances and appurtenances are added in, it becomes clear that the Chinese urbanization boom is playing a highly significant if not driving role in stimulating the revival of global economic growth. By some estimates, China consumes up to 50% of key global commodities and materials such as cement, iron ore, steel, and coal, and Chinese real estate is the main driver of that demand. 37 Since at least half of the steel consumption ends up in the built environment, this means that a quarter of the global steel output is now absorbed by this activity alone. China is not the only place where such a property boom can be identified. All of the so-called BRIC countries seem to be following suit. Property prices thus doubled in both Sao Paulo and Rio last year, and in India and Russia similar conditions prevail. But all of these countries are experiencing high aggregate growth rates. Attempts by the Chinese central government to control their boom and quell inflationary pressures by raising stepwise the reserve requirements of the banks have not been too successful. A shadow banking system is rumored to have emerged, strongly connected to land and property investments. The result of accelerating inflation has been proliferating unrest. Reports are now coming in of work actions by taxi drivers and truckers, in Shanghai, alongside sudden full-blown factory strikes in the industrial areas of Guangdong in response to low wages, poor working conditions and escalating prices. Official reports of unrest have risen dramatically, and wage adjustments have been occurring along with government policies designed to confront the swelling unrest, and, perhaps, stimulate the internal market as a substitute for riskier and stagnant export markets. Chinese consumerism currently accounts for only 35% of GDP American Samoa opposed to 70% in the United States. All of this has to be understood, however, against the background of the concrete steps the Chinese government took to deal with the crisis of 2007-09. The main impact of the crisis on China was the sudden collapse of export markets, particularly that of the United States, and a 20% fall-off in exports in early 2008. Several reasonably reliable estimates put the number of jobs lost in the export sector in the 20 million range over a very short period in 2008. Yet the IMF could report that the net job loss in China as of fall 2009 was only 3 million. 38. Some of the difference between gross and net job losses may have been due to the return of unemployed urban migrants to their rural base. But the rest of it was almost certainly due to the government's implementation of a massive Keynesian-style stimulus program of urban and infrastructural investment. Nearly $600 billion was made available by the central government, while the centrally controlled banks were instructed to lend extensively to all manner of local development projects, including the property sector, as a way to mop up surplus labor. This massive program was designed to lead the way towards economic recovery. And it appears to have been at least minimally successful in its immediate objectives if the IMF figures on net job loss are correct. The big question, of course, is whether or not these state expenditures fall in the category of productive or not, and, if so, productive of what and for whom? There is no question that the Chinese national space could benefit from deeper and more efficient spatial integration, and on the surface at least the vast wave of infrastructural investments and urbanization projects would appear to do just that, linking the interior to the wealthier coastal regions and the north with the south. At the metropolitan level, the processes of urban growth and urban regeneration would also appear to bring modernist techniques to urbanization, along with the diversification of activities, including all the mandatory cultural and knowledge industry institutions, exemplified by the spectacular Shanghai Expo, that are so characteristic of neoliberal urbanization in the United States and Europe. The absorption of surplus liquidity and overaccumulated capital at a time when profitable opportunities are otherwise hard to come by has certainly sustained capital accumulation, not only in China but also around much of the rest of the globe. In some ways, China's development mimics that of the post-World War II United States, where the interstate highway system integrated the South and the West, and this, coupled with suburbanization, then played a crucial role in sustaining both employment and capital accumulation. But the parallel is instructive in other ways. United States development after 1945 was not only profligate in its use of energy and land, but also generated, as we have seen, a distinctive crisis for marginalized and excluded urban populations that elicited a raft of policy responses during the late 1960s. All of this faded after the crash of 1973, when President Nixon declared in his State of the Union address that the urban crisis was over and that federal funding would be withdrawn. The effect at the municipal level was to create a crisis in urban services, with all of the terrifying consequences of degeneration in public schooling, public health, and the availability of affordable housing from the late 1970s onwards. The investment strategy in China is in danger also of falling into such a lopsided path. A high-speed train between Shanghai and Beijing is fine for the business people and the upper middle class, but it does not constitute the kind of affordable transport system to take workers back to their rural origins for the Chinese New Year. Similarly, high-rise apartment blocks, gated communities, and golf courses for the rich, along with high-end shopping malls, do not really help to reconstitute an adequate daily life for the impoverished masses. The same question is arising in India as well as in the innumerable cities around the world where there are high concentrations of marginalized populations, from the restive suburbs of Paris to social movements agitating in Argentina, South Africa, or throughout North Africa. In fact, the issue of how to deal with impoverished, insecure and excluded workers that now constitute a majoritarian and putatively dominant power bloc in many capitalist cities could, and in some instances has already, become a major political problem, so much so that military planning is now highly focused on how to deal with restive and potentially revolutionary urban-based movements. But in the Chinese case there is one interesting wrinkle to this narrative. In some respects the trajectory of development since liberalization began in 1979 rests on a simple thesis that decentralization is one of the best ways to exercise centralist control. The idea was to liberate regional, local, and even villages and townships to seek their own betterment within a framework of centralist control and market coordinations. Successful solutions arrived at through local initiatives then became the basis for the reformulation of central government policies. Reports emanating from China suggest that the power transition anticipated for 2012 is faced with an intriguing choice. Attention is focused on the city of Chongqing, where a shift away from market-based policies back onto a path of state-led redistribution has been underway for some time, accompanied by an arsenal of Maoist slogans. In this model everything links back to the issue of poverty and inequality, as the municipal government has turned the market profits of state-owned enterprises toward traditional socialist projects, using their revenues to fund the construction of affordable housing and transportation infrastructure. 39 The housing initiative entails a massive construction program designed to provide cheap apartments to a third of the 30 million residents in the city region, where 20 satellite towns are expected to be built, each with a population of 300,000, of which 50,000 people will live in state-subsidized housing. The aim, contrary to World Bank advice, is to reduce the spiraling social inequalities that have arisen over the last 2 decades across China. It is an antidote to the private developer-led projects of gated communities for the rich. This turn back to a socialist redistributive agenda, using the private sector for public purposes, is now providing a model for the central government to follow. It neatly solves the capital surplus absorption problem at the same time as it offers a way to both further urbanize the rural population and to dispel popular discontent by offering reasonable housing security to the less well-off. There are echoes of U.S. urban policies after 1945. Keep economic growth on track while co-opting potentially restive populations. The scale of land acquisition entailed in such a program is, however, already sparking unrest and opposition from those being displaced. Rival market-based paths exist elsewhere, particularly in the coastal and southern cities, such as Shenzhen. Here the emphasis is more upon political liberalization and what sounds like bourgeois urban democracy alongside a deepening of free market initiatives. In this case, rising social inequality is accepted as a necessary cost of sustained economic growth and competitiveness. Which way the central government will lean is impossible at this point to predict. But the key point is the role of urban-based initiatives in pioneering the way towards different futures. How then might the left in general relate, both in theory and in political practices, to such a prospect? Towards urban revolution? The city is a terrain where anti-capitalist struggles have always flourished. The history of such struggles, from the Paris Commune through the Shanghai Commune, the Seattle General Strike, the Tucumán Uprising and the Prague Spring to the more general urban-based movements of 1968, which we now see faintly echoed in Cairo and Madison, is stunning. But it is a history that is also troubled by political and tactical complications that have led many on the left to underestimate and misunderstand the potential and the potency of urban-based movements, to often see them as separate from class struggle and therefore devoid of revolutionary potential. And when such events do take on iconic status, as in the case of the Paris Commune, they are typically claimed as one of the greatest proletarian uprisings in world history, even as they were as much about reclaiming the right to the city as they were about revolutionizing class relations in production. Anti-capitalist struggle is about the abolition of that class relation between capital and labor in production that permits the production and appropriation of surplus value by capital. The ultimate aim of anti-capitalist struggle is, quite simply, the abolition of that class relation. Even and particularly when this struggle has to be seen, as it invariably does, through the prisms of race, ethnicity, sexuality, and gender, it must eventually reach into the very guts of what a capitalist system is about and wrench out the cancerous tumor of class relations at its very center. It would be a truthful caricature to say that the Marxist left has long privileged the industrial workers of the world as the vanguard agent that leads class struggle through the dictatorship of the proletariat to a world where state and class wither away. It is also a truthful caricature to say that things have never worked out that way. Marx argued that the class relation of domination had to be displaced by the associated workers controlling their own production processes and protocols. From this derives a long history of political pursuit of worker control, autogestion, worker cooperatives, and the like. 40 Most attempts of this sort have not proved viable in the long run, in spite of the noble efforts and sacrifices that kept them going in the face of often fierce hostilities and active repressions. The main reason for the long-run failure of these initiatives is simple enough. As Marx shows in the second volume of Capital, the circulation of capital comprises three distinctive circulatory processes, those of money, productive and commodity capitals. No one circulatory process can survive or even exist without the others, they intermingle and co-determine each other. By the same token, no one circulation process can be changed without changing the others. Workers' control in relatively isolated production units can rarely survive, in spite of all the hopeful autonomista and autogestion rhetoric, in the face of a hostile credit system and the predatory practices of merchant capital. The power of merchant capital, the Walmart phenomenon, has been particularly resurgent in recent years, another arena of much neglected analysis in Marxist theory. Recognizing this difficulty, much of the left came to the view that struggle for proletarian command over the state apparatus was the only other path to communism. The state would be the agent to control the three circuits of capital and to tame the institutions, powers, and class agents that managed the flows that supported the perpetuation of the class relation in production. The problem has always been, of course, that the lifeblood of the state comes from facilitating and tapping into the very flows that the state is supposed to control. That is as true for the socialist state as for the capitalist state. Centralist and top-down management does not work except by way of some liberation of the flows, as the Chinese have proved so expert at doing. And once the flows are liberated, all hell breaks loose because the capitalist genie is out of the bottle. So what are the political prospects for finding a middle path between autogestion and centralist state control when neither of them on its own works effectively as an antidote to the power of capital? The problem with worker control has been that the focus of struggle has been the factory as a privileged site of production of surplus value and the privileging of the industrial working class as the vanguard of the proletariat, the main revolutionary agent. But it was not factory workers who produced the Paris Commune. So there is a dissident view of that event that says it was not a proletarian uprising or a class-based movement but an urban social movement that was reclaiming the right to the city rather than seeking a revolutionary path towards the building of an anti-capitalist alternative. 41. But why could it not be both? Urbanization is itself produced. Thousands of workers are engaged in its production and their work is productive of value and of surplus value. Why not reconceptualize the site of surplus value production as the city rather than as the factory? The Paris Commune can then be reconceptualized in terms of that proletariat that produced the city seeking to claim back the right to have and control that which they had produced. This is, and in the Paris Commune case was, a very different kind of proletariat to that which Marxists have typically favored. But at this point in the history of those parts of the world characterized as advanced capitalism, the factory proletariat has been radically diminished. So we have a choice: mourn the passing of the possibility of revolution or change our conception of the proletariat to that of the hordes of unorganized urbanization producers and explore their distinctive revolutionary capacities and powers. So who are these workers who produce the city? The city builders, the construction workers in particular, are the most obvious candidate, even as they are not the only nor the largest labor force involved. As a political force, the construction workers have in recent times in the United States, and possibly elsewhere, all too often been supportive of the large-scale and class-biased developmentalism that keeps them employed. They do not have to be so. The masons and builders played an important role in the Paris Commune. The Green Band construction union movement in New South Wales in the early 1970s banned working on projects they deemed environmentally unsound and were successful in much of what they did. They were ultimately destroyed by a combination of concerted state power and their own Maoist national leadership, who considered environmental issues a manifestation of flabby bourgeois sentimentality. 42. But there is a seamless connection between those who mine the iron ore that goes into the steel that goes into the construction of the bridges across which the trucks carrying commodities travel to their final destinations of factories and homes for consumption. All of these activities, including spatial movement, are, according to Marx, productive of value and of surplus value. And if, again as Marx argues, maintenance, repairs and replacements, often difficult to distinguish in practice, are all part of the value-producing stream, then the vast army of workers involved in these activities in our cities is also contributing to value and surplus value-producing investment in the physical infrastructures that make our cities what they are. If the flow of commodities from place of origin to final destination is productive of value, then so are the workers who are employed on the food chain that links rural producers to urban consumers. Organized, those workers would have the power to strangle the metabolism of the city. Strikes of transport workers, e.g. France over the last 20 years and now in Shanghai, are extremely effective political weapons, used negatively in Chile in the coup year of 1973. The Bus Riders Union in Los Angeles and the organization of taxi drivers in New York and LA are other examples. 43. Consider the flows not only of food and other consumer goods, but also of energy, water, and other necessities and their vulnerabilities to disruption too. The production and reproduction of urban life, while some of it can be dismissed, an unfortunate word, as unproductive in the Marxist canon, is nevertheless socially necessary, part of the faux phrase of the reproduction of the class relations between capital and labor. Much of this labor has always been temporary, insecure, itinerant, and precarious. New forms of organizing are absolutely essential for this labor force that produces and sustains the city. The newly fledged Excluded Workers Congress in the United States is an example of the forms that are emerging, an alliance of workers bedeviled by temporary and insecure conditions of employment who are often, as with domestic workers, spatially scattered throughout the urban system. 44. It is in this light too that the history of the politics of conventional labor struggles requires a rewrite. Most struggles that are depicted as focused solely on the factory-based worker turnout, on inspection, to have had a much broader base. Margaret Cohn 45 complains, for example, how left historians of labor laud the Turin factory councils in the early 20th century while totally ignoring the fact that it was in the houses of the people in the community that much of the politics was shaped and from which much of the logistical support flowed. E. P. Thompson depicts how the making of the English working class depended as much upon what happened in chapels and in neighborhoods as in the workplace. How successful would the Flint sit-down strike of 1937 have been were it not for the mass of unemployed people and the neighborhood organizations outside the gates that unfailingly delivered their support, moral and material? And is it not interesting that in the British miners' strikes of the 1970s and 1980s, the miners that lived in diffuse urbanist areas such as Nottingham were the first to cave in while the tightly knit communities of Northumbria remained solidarious to the end? Organizing the community has been just as important in prosecuting labor struggles as has organizing the workplace. And to the degree that conventional workplaces are disappearing in many parts of the so-called advanced capitalist world, though not, of course, in China or Bangladesh, then organizing around work in the community appears to be even more important. In all these instances, as we alter the lens on the social milieu in which struggle is occurring, then the sense of who the proletariat might be and what their aspirations might be gets transformed. The gender composition of oppositional politics looks very different when relations outside of the factory are placed firmly in the picture. The social dynamics of the workplace are not homologous with those in the living space. In the latter space, distinctions based on gender, race, ethnicity, and religion are frequently more deeply etched into the social fabric, while issues of social reproduction play a more prominent, even dominant, role in the shaping of political subjectivities and consciousness. From this perspective, the dynamics of class struggles along with the nature of political demands appear very different. But then when we look backward and reassess, we see that they always were rather different from how the Marxist imaginary wishfully depicted them. Fletcher and Gapison 46 thus argue that the labor movement should pay more attention to geographical rather than sectoral forms of organization, that the movement should empower the central labor councils in cities in addition to organizing sectorally. To the extent that labor speaks about matters of class, it should not see itself as separate from the community. The term labor should denote forms of organization with roots in the working class and with agendas that explicitly advance the class demands of the working class. In that sense, a community-based organization rooted in the working class, such as a workers' center, that addresses class-specific issues is a labor organization in the same way that a trade union is. To push the envelope a bit more, a trade union that addresses the interests of only one section of the working class, such as a white supremacist craft union, deserves the label labor organization less than does a community-based organization that assists the unemployed or the homeless. 47. They therefore propose a new approach to labor organizing that essentially defies current trade union practices in forming alliances and taking political action. Indeed, it has the following central premise: if class struggle is not restricted to the workplace, then neither should unions be. The strategic conclusion is that unions must think in terms of organizing cities rather than simply organizing workplaces, or industries. And organizing cities is possible only if unions work with allies in metropolitan social blocks. How then, they go on to ask, does one organize a city? This, it seems to me, is one of the key questions that the left will have to answer if anti-capitalist struggle is to be revitalized in the years to come. And actually such struggles have a distinguished history. The inspiration drawn from Red Bologna in the 1970s is a case in point. 48, and it is one of those curious ironies of history that the French Communist Party distinguished itself far more in municipal administration, in part because it had no dogmatic theory or instructions from Moscow to guide it, than it did in other arenas of political life from the 1960s even up until the present day. The struggles fought by the municipalities in Britain against Thatcherism in the early 1980s were not only rearguard but, as in the case of the Greater London Council, potentially innovative until Thatcher abolished that whole layer of governance. Even in the United States, Milwaukee for many years had a socialist administration, and it is worth remembering that the only socialist ever elected to the U.S. Senate began his career and earned the people's trust as mayor of Burlington, Vermont. If the Parisian producers in the Commune were reclaiming their right to the city they had produced, then in what sense might we look to a slogan such as the right to city as a cry and a demand, as Lefebvre put it, around which political forces might rally as a key slogan for anti-capitalist struggle? The slogan is, of course, an empty signifier full of imminent but not transcendent possibilities. This does not mean it is irrelevant or politically impotent. Everything depends on who gets to fill the signifier with revolutionary as opposed to reformist imminent meaning. That is bound to be contested, and then, as Marx once put it, between equal rights force decides. 49. It is indeed often difficult to distinguish between reformist and revolutionary initiatives in urban settings. Participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre, ecologically sensitive programs in Curitiba, or living wage campaigns in many U.S. cities appear on the surface to be merely reformist, and rather marginal at that. The Chongqing initiative may, despite the Maoist rhetoric, more resemble redistributive Nordic social democracy than a revolutionary movement. But as their influence spreads, so the initiatives reveal other deeper layers of possibility for more radical conceptions and actions at the metropolitan scale. A spreading rhetoric, from Zagreb to Hamburg to Los Angeles, over the right to the city, for example, seems to suggest something more revolutionary might be at stake. 50 The measure of that possibility appears in the desperate attempts of existing political powers, e.g. the NGOs and international institutions, including the World Bank, assembled at the Rio World Urban Forum in 2010, to co-opt that language to their own purposes. There is no point in complaining at the attempt to co-opt. The left should take it as a compliment and battle for our distinctive immanent meaning, which is simply that all those whose labors are engaged in producing and reproducing the city have a collective right not only to that which they produce but also to decide on what is to be produced where and how. Democratic vehicles, other than the existing democracy of money power, need to be constructed to decide how to revitalize urban life outside of dominant class relations and more after the producers of urbanization and urbanism, heart's desire. One objection that immediately arises, of course, is why concentrate on the city when there are multiple rural, peasant and indigenous movements in motion that can also claim their own distinctive rights? In any case, has not the city as a physical object lost its meaning as an object of struggle? There is of course an obvious truth to these objections. Urbanization has produced a highly differentiated mosaic of communities and interactive spaces which are hard to bring together around any kind of coherent political project. Indeed, there is plenty of rivalry and conflict between the spaces that constitute the city. It was, I suspect, for this reason that Lefebvre changed his focus from the urban revolution to the broader terrain of the production of space, or, as I might formulate it, to the production of uneven geographical development as the focus of theoretical analysis and political struggle. In the pedestrian imaginations of literally minded academics, such objections sometimes produce the conclusion that the city has disappeared and that pursuit of the right to the city is therefore the pursuit of a chimera. But political struggles are animated by visions as much as by practicalities. And the term city has an iconic and symbolic history that is deeply embedded in the pursuit of political meanings. The city of God, the city on a hill, the city as an object of utopian desire, the relationship between city and citizenship, of a distinctive place of belonging within a perpetually shifting spatio-temporal order, all give it a political meaning that mobilizes a political imaginary that is lost in a slogan such as the right to produce space or the right to uneven geographical development. The right to the city is not an exclusive right but a focused right. It is inclusive not only of construction workers but also of all those who facilitate the reproduction of daily life, the caregivers and teachers, the sewer and subway repair men, the plumbers and electricians, the hospital workers and the truck, bus and taxi drivers, the restaurant workers and the entertainers, the bank clerks and the city administrators. It seeks a unity from within an incredible diversity of fragmented social spaces. And there are many putative forms of organization, from workers' centers and regional workers' assemblies, such as that of Toronto, to alliances, such as the Right to the City Alliances and the Excluded Workers' Congress and other forms of organization of precarious labor, that have this objective upon their political radar. This is the proletarian force that must be organized if the world is to change. This is how and where we have to begin if we wish to organize the whole city. The urban producers must rise up and reclaim their right to the city they collectively produce. The transformation of urban life and above all the abolition of the class relations in the production of urbanization will have to be one, if not the, path towards an anti-capitalist transition. This is what the left has to imagine as constituting the core of its political strategy in years to come. Commentary. In January 2006 I took the high-speed train from Córdoba to Madrid in Spain. En route we passed by a place called Ciudad Real, and as we raced through the fringes of the city, I recall thinking that I had never ever seen so many construction cranes in the same place at the same time. Plainly a speculative construction boom was going on which was almost certainly going to end badly. But it was not only housing that was being built. Almost every Spanish city at that time had some extravagant public infrastructure project, most of which made little economic sense. Ciudad Real has a new airport that cost €1 billion or so, in a part of the country that has very little to attract industry or tourists. In July 2015 the empty airport was put up for auction. The top bid was €10,000. In China whole newly built cities stand empty. Elsewhere, property markets that crashed in 2007/08 are exhibiting signs of forming yet another asset bubble, particularly in major metropolitan markets, with skyrocketing land and property prices in London, New York, Shanghai, and Istanbul, just to name cities I have visited. The key moment in the recent economic crisis we experienced is generally taken to be the collapse of Lehman Brothers on September 15, 2008. Since then much has been written about who said what to whom at the Fed and on Wall Street, the intricacies of the shadow banking system, the complexities of the new financial products, and how the freezing up of credit markets and the collapse of consumer demand led to rising unemployment with contagious effects, though of a differing magnitude depending on the degree and form of exposure, for an increasingly integrated global capitalism. But for some reason or other very little attention has been paid to why it all began in the property markets of certain regions of the United States, with outliers in countries such as Spain, Ireland, Latvia, and Hungary. Property markets and investments in built environments are a big part of the contemporary economy, and the indebtedness involved forms a non-trivial threat to the stability of global capitalism. China's investments in the built environment have been, as I point out in this piece, the grand stabilizer of global capitalism since 2008. The recent slowing of the pace of urbanization in China has had negative consequences for raw material producers, like Australia, Canada, Chile, and Brazil, who now find themselves in or close to recession. So what kind of urbanization are the Chinese now proposing? They are looking to build a continuous urban matrix across a region as large as Kansas, with Beijing at its center, to accommodate some 130 million people linked together with high-speed transport and communications. Istanbul has a smaller-scale version already underway but is experiencing difficulties of funding. The risks of speculative collapse and/or environmental disasters from projects such as these are considerable. As of August 2015, the threat of a major global crisis looms. In addition, the sheer physicality of these investments is in itself problematic. Yet most analysts take no notice. Considerable attention has been paid to the economic and wealth impacts of the property market collapse and its subsequent patchy revival. We have plenty of maps of foreclosures, and they show a disproportionate loss of asset values for vulnerable and marginalized populations, blacks, Hispanic immigrants, and single-headed households, mainly women, in the United States. We also know that much of the wealth of the top 1% is stored in real estate, and that capital seems far more interested in building cities for the affluent, and institutions like hedge funds, to invest in than cities with affordable housing for the mass of the population to live in. We also know that there are many signs of a bubbling discontent with the qualities of daily urban life, leading to riots and urban uprisings in many parts of the world, such as Gezi Park in Istanbul and Brazilian cities in July of 2013. The politics of daily urban life increasingly foster political activism. I wrote this piece on the urban roots of the crisis and the subsequent book, Rebel Cities, From the Right to the City to the Urban Revolution, to draw attention to these features of our contemporary world. Even a casual knowledge of Marx's analytic tools for the study of the circulation and accumulation of capital suggests where the stress points and vulnerabilities, as well as the temporary solutions, such as moving the crisis around, might lie. Beneath it all, I have sought to be faithful to Marx's fundamental insight that a crisis of capital of the sort we experienced 2007-09, and which in many respects is still going on, is nothing more nor less than a violent fusion of disconnected factors operating independently of one another yet correlated. There are a lot of missing correlations in general accounts of the crisis that purportedly began in 2008. One of them entails a closer look at the circulation and accumulation of capital in the secondary circuit of capital. We need to ferret them out and put them together in easily comprehensible ways. Chapter 11. Capital evolves. The forces unleashed by the rise of capitalism have re-engineered the world many times over since 1750. Flying over central England in 1820, we would have seen a few compact industrialist towns, with small factory smokestacks belching forth noxious fumes, separated by large areas of agricultural activity where traditional forms of rural life were preserved in scattered villages and farmsteads, even as lords of the manor waxed poetic about the new agricultural practices that underpinned rising agricultural productivity, and rising money rents. Compact industrial centers with names like Manchester and Birmingham were linked with each other and to the main commercial port cities, Bristol and Liverpool, as well as to the teeming capital city of London, by threads of dirt turnpikes and skinny slivers of canals. Barges full of coal and raw materials were laboriously towed along the canals either by sweating horses or, as Marx records in Capital, by almost starving women. Locomotion was slow. Flying over the Pearl River Delta in 1980, one would have seen tiny villages and towns with names like Shenzhen and Dongguan nestled in a largely self-sufficient agrarian landscape of rice, vegetable, livestock production, and fish farming, socialized into communes ruled with an iron fist by local party officials who were also carrying an iron rice bowl to guard against the threat of starvation. Flying over both these areas in 2008, the landscapes of sprawling urbanization below would be totally unrecognizable, as would be the forms of production and transportation, the social relations, the technologies, the ways of daily life and the forms of consumption on the ground. If, as Marx once averred, our task is not so much to understand the world as to change it, then, it has to be said, capitalism has done a pretty good job of following his advice. Most of these dramatic changes have occurred without bothering first to understand how the world worked or what the consequences might be. Again and again the unanticipated and the unexpected have happened, leaving behind a vast intellectual and practical industry of trying to clean up the messy consequences of what was unknowingly wrought. The saga of capitalism is full of paradoxes, even as most forms of social theory, economic theory in particular, abstract entirely from consideration of them. On the negative side we have not only the periodic and often localized economic crises that have punctuated capitalism's evolution, including inter-capitalist and inter-imperialist world wars, problems of environmental degradation, loss of biodiverse habitat, spiraling poverty among burgeoning populations, neocolonialism, serious dilemmas in public health, alienations and social exclusions galore and the anxieties of insecurity, violence and unfulfilled desires. On the positive side some of us live in a world where standards of material living and well-being have never been higher, where travel and communications have been revolutionized and physical, though not social, spatial barriers to human interactions have been much reduced, where medical and biomedical understandings offer for many a longer life, where huge, sprawling and in many respects spectacular cities have been built, where knowledge proliferates, hope springs eternal and everything seems possible, from self-cloning to space travel. That this is the contradictory world in which we live, and that it continues to evolve at a rapid pace in unpredictable and seemingly uncontrollable ways, is undeniable. Yet the principles that underpin this evolution remain opaque in part because we humans have made so much of this history more in accord with the competing whims of this or that collective and sometimes individual human desire, rather than according to some governing evolutionary principles of the sort that Darwin uncovered in the realm of natural evolution. If we are to collectively change this world into a more rational and humane configuration through conscious interventions, then we must first learn to understand far better than is now the case the ways of this world, what we do in it and with what consequences. The historical geography of capitalism cannot be reduced, of course, to questions of capital accumulation. Yet it also has to be said that capital accumulation along with population growth has lain at the core of human evolutionary dynamics since 1750 or so. Exactly how they do so is central to uncovering what the enigma of capital is all about. Are there some evolutionary principles at work here to which we can appeal for some sort of illumination? Consider, first, capitalist development over time, laying aside for the moment the question of its evolving spatial organization, its geographical dynamics and its environmental impacts and constraints. Imagine, then, a situation in which capital revolves through different but interrelated activity spheres, as I shall call them, in search of profit. One crucial activity sphere concerns the production of new technological and organizational forms. Changes in this sphere have profound effects on social relations as well as on the relation to nature. But we also know that both social relations and the relation to nature are changing in ways that are in no way determined by technologies and organizational forms. Situations arise, furthermore, in which scarcities of labor supply or in nature put strong pressures to come up with new technologies and organizational forms. These days, for example, the US media are full of commentary on the need for a range of new technologies to free the USA of dependency on foreign oil and to combat global warming. The Obama administration promises programs to that end and is already pushing the auto industry towards making electric or hybrid cars. Unfortunately, the Chinese have got there first. Production systems and labor processes are likewise deeply implicated in the way daily life is reproduced through consumption. Neither of these are independent of the dominant social relations, the relation to nature and the duly constituted technologies and organizational forms. But what we call nature, while clearly affected by capital accumulation, habitat and species destruction, global warming, new chemical compounds that pollute as well as soil structures and forests whose productivity has been enhanced by sophisticated management, is most certainly not determined by capital accumulation. Evolutionary processes on planet Earth are independently occurring all the time. The emergence of a new pathogen, such as HIV/AIDS, has had, for example, an immense impact upon capitalist society, and calls forth technological, organizational, and social responses that are embedded in capital circulation. The effects on the reproduction of daily life, on sexual relations and activities, and on reproductive practices are profound, but are mediated by medical technologies, institutional responses, and social and cultural beliefs. All of these activity spheres are embedded in a set of institutional arrangements, e.g. private property rights and market contracts, and administrative structures, the state and other local and multinational arrangements. These institutions also evolve on their own account even as they find themselves forced to adapt to crisis conditions and to changing social relations. People act, furthermore, on their expectations, their beliefs, and their understandings of the world. Social systems depend on trust, in experts, adequate knowledge and information on the part of those making decisions, acceptance as to reasonable social arrangements, of hierarchies or of egalitarianism, as well as constructions of ethical and moral standards, vis-a-vis, for example, our relations to animals and our responsibilities to the world we call nature as well as to others not like us. Cultural norms and belief systems, e.g. religion and political ideologies, are powerfully present but do not exist independently of social relations, production and consumption possibilities and dominant technologies. The contested interrelations between the evolving technical and social requirements for capital accumulation and the knowledge structures and the cultural norms and beliefs consistent with endless accumulation have all played a critical role in capitalism's evolution. For purposes of simplification, I collect together all of these last elements under the rubric of mental conceptions of the world. This way of thinking yields us 7 distinctive activity spheres within the evolutionary trajectory of capitalism: technologies and organizational forms, social relations, institutional and administrative arrangements, production and labor processes, relations to nature, the reproduction of daily life and of the species, and mental conceptions of the world. No one of the spheres dominates even as none of them are independent of the others. But none of them are determined even collectively by all of the others either. Each sphere evolves on its own account but always in dynamic interaction with the others. Technological and organizational changes arise for all manner of reasons, sometimes accidental, while the relation to nature is unstable and perpetually changing only in part because of human-induced modifications. Our mental conceptions of the world, to take another example, are usually unstable, contested, subject to scientific discoveries as well as whims, fashions and passionately held cultural and religious beliefs and desires. Changes in mental conceptions have all manner of intended and unintended consequences for acceptable technological and organizational forms, social relations, labor processes, relations to nature, as well as for institutional arrangements. The demographic dynamics that arise out of the sphere of reproduction and daily life are simultaneously autonomous but deeply affected by its relations to the other spheres. The complex flows of influence that move between the spheres are perpetually reshaping all of them. Furthermore, these interactions are not necessarily harmonious. Indeed, we can reconceptualize crisis formation in terms of the tensions and antagonisms that arise between the different activity spheres as, for example, new technologies play against the desire for new configurations in social relations or disrupt the organization of existing labor processes. But instead of examining these spheres sequentially as we typically do in the analysis of capital circulation, we here think of them as collectively co-present and co-evolving within the long history of capitalism. In a given society at a particular point in space and time, Britain in 1850, or the Pearl River Delta of China now, say, we can define its general character and its condition largely in terms of how these seven spheres are organized and configured in relation to each other. Something can also be said about the likely future development of the social order in such places given the tensions and contradictions between them, even as it is recognized that the likely evolutionary dynamic is not determinate but contingent. Capital cannot circulate or accumulate without touching upon each and all of these activity spheres in some way. When capital encounters barriers or limits within a sphere or between spheres, then ways have to be found to circumvent or transcend the difficulty. If the difficulties are serious, then here too we find a source of crises. A study of the co-evolution of activity spheres therefore provides a framework within which to think through the overall evolution and crisis-prone character of capitalist society. So how can this rather abstract framework for analysis be put to work in concrete ways? An anecdote may help here. Back in the autumn of 2005, I was co-chair of a jury to select ideas for the design of a completely new city in South Korea. The city, then called the Multifunctional Administrative City, now called Sejong, was originally planned to be a new capital city, but constitutional objections led to it being reduced to a satellite city, about halfway between Seoul and Busan, with many of the administrative functions of government to be placed there. The jury's task was to adjudicate on ideas rather than to select any final design. Those in charge of the project were tasked to undertake the final design, incorporating whatever we, and they, thought was useful from the submissions to the competition. The jury was half Korean and half foreign and weighted heavily with engineers, planners, and some prominent architects. It had also become clear that the South Korean government, tired of the formulaic urbanization that had hitherto dominated in South Korea and much of Asia, was interested in doing something different, perhaps generating a new worldwide model for an innovative urbanization. As prelude to our decision-making, we discussed the kind of criteria that would be most relevant in judging the many designs that had been submitted. The initial discussion focused around the differing views of the architects on the relative strengths of circles and cubes, both as symbolic forms and as physical forms that could accommodate different kinds of development strategies. Looking at the various map-like designs, it was easy to see differences of this sort clearly displayed. But I intervened to suggest that we broaden the discussion and think of a number of different criteria, such as the proposed relation to nature and the technological mixes to be deployed in the city, how the designs address the forms of production and employment to be generated and the associated social relations, how should we approach the problem that the city would be dominated by a scientific, technological, and bureaucratic elite, for example, the qualities of daily life for differently positioned inhabitants and the mental conceptions of the world that would be entailed, including the political subjectivities that might arise from the experience of living in this new kind of city. Would people become more individualistic or inclined towards forms of social solidarity? I concluded by saying that I thought it would be wrong to imagine that physical designs could answer to all of these issues, but that we should do our best to think about building this new city in ways that were sensitive to these criteria. There was considerable interest in this way of thinking. Debate over my ideas proceeded in the meeting for a while until one of the architects, evidently impatient with the complexity of the discussion, intervened to suggest that of all of these doubtlessly valid perspectives, there was one that stood out as paramount, and that was mental conceptions. From this standpoint, the most important question was one of symbolic meanings. In short order, we were back to the discussion of the symbolic, conceptual, and material potentialities of circles and squares in urban design. It may sound utopian, but were I in charge of constructing a wholly new city, I would want to imagine one that could evolve into the future rather than a permanent structure that is fixed, frozen, and completed. And I would want to imagine how the dynamics of relations between these different spheres might not only work but be consciously mobilized, not so much to achieve some specific goal but to open up possibilities. To be sure, the city would have to be built in the first instance according to the dominant social relations, employment structures, and the available technologies and organizational forms. But it could also be viewed as a site for the exploration of new technologies and organizational forms consistent with the development of more egalitarian social relations, respectful of gender issues, for example, and a more sensitive relation to nature than that demanded in pursuit of the increasingly unholy grail of endless capital accumulation at a 3% compound rate. This framework of thought does not originate with me. It derives, in fact, from elaboration upon a footnote in Chapter 15 of Marx's Capital, Volume 1. Marx there comments, interestingly, after a brief engagement with Darwin's theory of evolution, that technology reveals the active relation of man to nature, the direct process of production of his life, and thereby it also lays bare the process of production of the social relations of his life and of the mental conceptions that flow from these relations. Here Marx invokes 5, perhaps 6 if the direct process of production of his life refers both to the production of commodities and their consumption in daily life, of the different spheres of activity that I have identified. Only the institutional arrangements are missing. The positioning of this footnote in the preamble to a lengthy examination of how the dominant technological and organizational forms of capitalism came into being is significant. Marx is concerned to understand the origins of the factory system and the rise of a machine tool industry, producing machines by way of machines, as an autonomous business dedicated to the production of new technologies. This is the key industry that underpins the constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation identified in the Communist Manifesto as the hallmark of what capitalism has been and still is about. In this long chapter on machinery, the different spheres co-evolve in ways that accommodate and consolidate the permanently revolutionary character of capitalism. Mental conceptions of production as an art were displaced by scientific understandings and the conscious design of new technologies. Class, gender, and family relations shifted as workers were increasingly reduced to the status of flexible appendages to the machine rather than as individuals endowed with the unique skills of the artisan. At the same time, capitalists mobilized new technologies and organizational forms as weapons in the class struggle against labor, eventually using the machine to discipline the laboring body. The entry of a large number of women into the labor force, then as now, had all sorts of social ramifications. Public education, and institutional innovation, became necessary the more the flexibility and adaptability of labor to different tasks became a crucial requirement. This brought forth other institutional changes, notably the educational clauses in the Factory Acts passed by a state dominated by capitalists and landlords. The factory inspectors appointed by that state provided Marx with abundant ammunition with which to bolster his arguments. New organizational forms, the corporate factory, promoted new technologies under new institutional arrangements that had ramifications for social relations and the relation to nature. At no point does it seem as if any one of the spheres dominates the others. Yet there are uneven developments between the spheres that create stresses within the evolutionary trajectory. At some crucial turning points these stresses redirect the trajectory in this direction rather than that. Could a new and higher form of the family arise out of this dynamic in which more and more women were being absorbed into the labor force? Would the public education eventually required to produce a literate, flexible, and well-trained workforce lead to popular enlightenment that would allow working-class movements to take command? Could technologies be devised that would lighten the load of labor rather than tie it more ruthlessly to the juggernaut of endless capital accumulation? Different possibilities were inherent in the situation even as the choices actually made pushed capitalism down ever more repressive paths. The British penchant for policies of free market laissez-faire did not have to triumph in the 19th century. But once they did, the evolution of capitalism took a very particular and not particularly benevolent turn. So let me summarize. The 7 activity spheres co-evolve within the historical evolution of capitalism in distinctive ways. No one sphere prevails over the others even as there exists within each sphere the possibility for autonomous development. Nature independently mutates and evolves, as do mental conceptions, social relations, forms of daily life, institutional arrangements, technologies, etc. Each of the spheres is subject to perpetual renewal and transformation both in interaction with the others as well as through an internal dynamic that perpetually creates novelty in human affairs. The relations between the spheres are not causal but dialectically interwoven through the circulation and accumulation of capital. As such, the whole configuration constitutes a socio-ecological totality. This is not, I must emphasize, a mechanical totality, a social engine in which the parts strictly conform to the dictates of the whole. It is more like an ecological system made up of many different species and forms of activity, what the French philosopher/sociologist Henri Lefebvre refers to as an ensemble or the French philosopher Gilles Deleuze calls an assemblage of elements in dynamic relation with each other. In such an ecological totality, the interrelations are fluid and open even as they are inextricably interwoven with each other. Uneven development between and among the spheres produces contingency as well as tensions and contradictions, in much the same way that unpredictable mutations produce contingency in Darwinian theory. Furthermore, it is entirely possible that explosive developments in one sphere, in a given time and place, can take on a vanguard role. The sudden development of new pathogens, e.g. HIV/AIDS, avian flu, or SARS, or the rise of some strong social movement around labor rights, civil or women's and gay rights, a burst of technological innovation as in the recent rise of electronics and computer chip-based technologies, or a heady burst of utopian politics, have all in various times and places got out in front of the co-evolutionary process, putting immense pressure on the other spheres either to play catch-up or to form centers of recalcitrance or active resistance. Once technology became a business in its own right, as it increasingly did from the mid-19th century onwards, then a social need sometimes had to be created to use up the new technology rather than the other way around. In the pharmaceutical sector we see in recent times the creation of whole new diagnostics of mental and physical states to match new drugs. Prozac was the classic example. The existence of a dominant belief within the capitalist class and the social order more generally that there is a technological fix for every problem and a pill for every ailment produces all sorts of consequences. The fetish of technology therefore does have an unduly prominent role in driving bourgeois history, defining both its astonishing achievements and its self-inflicted catastrophes. Problems in the relation to nature have to be solved by new technologies rather than by revolutions in social reproduction and daily life. Historically it seems as if there are periods when some of the spheres get radically at odds with each other. In the United States, for example, where the pursuit of science and technology holds supreme, it is odd to find that so many people do not believe in the theory of evolution. While the science of global climate change is well established, many are convinced it is a hoax. How can the relation to nature be better understood in the face of overwhelming religious or political beliefs that give no credence to science? Situations of this kind typically lead either to phases of stasis or to radical reconstruction. Crises usually betoken the occurrence of such phases. Here, too, the crisis tendencies of capitalism are never resolved but merely moved around. But there is a bottom line in all of this. No matter what innovation or shift occurs where, the survival of capitalism in the long run depends on the capacity to achieve 3% compound growth. Capitalist history is littered with technologies which were tried and did not work, utopian schemes for the promotion of new social relations, like the Icarian communes in the 19th century USA, the Israeli kibbutzim in the 1950s or today's green communes, only to be either co-opted or abandoned in the face of a dominant capitalist logic. But no matter what happens, by hook or by crook, capital must somehow organize the 7 spheres to conform to the 3% rule. Capitalism seems in practice to have evolved in ways somewhat similar to Stephen Gould's punctuated equilibrium theory of natural evolution, periods of relatively slow but reasonably harmonic co-evolution between the spheres are punctuated by phases of disruption and radical reform. We are possibly now, 2010, in the midst of such a disruptive phase. But there are also signs of a desperate attempt to restore the pre-existing order, to proceed as if nothing of consequence has really changed, nor should it. Consider how this idea of punctuated equilibrium looks when we cast our eye backward over the last major phase of capitalist reconstruction that occurred during the crisis of 1973–82. In a brief history of neoliberalism, I attempted an account of capitalist restructuring that began during these years. Throughout the capitalist world, but particularly in the United States, the undisputed dominant power of that time, capitalist class power, was weakening relative to labor and other social movements, and capital accumulation was lagging. The heads of leading corporations, along with media barons and wealthy individuals, many of whom, like the Rockefeller brothers, were scions of the capitalist class, went on the counterattack. They set in motion the radical reconstruction of the state-finance nexus, the national and then international deregulation of financial operations, the liberation of debt financing, the opening of the world to heightened international competition, and the repositioning of the state apparatus with respect to social provision. Capital was re-empowered vis-a-vis labor through the production of unemployment and deindustrialization, immigration, offshoring, and all manner of technological and organizational changes, e.g. subcontracting. When later coupled with an ideological and political attack on all forms of labor organization in the Reagan/Thatcher years, the effect was to solve the crisis of declining profitability and declining wealth by way of wage repression and the reduction in social provision by the state. Mental conceptions of the world and political subjectivities were reshaped as far as possible by appeal to neoliberal principles of individual liberty as necessarily embedded in free markets and free trade. This required the withdrawal of the state from social provision and the gradual dismantling of the regulatory environment that had been constructed in the early 1970s, e.g. environmental protection. New forms of niche consumerism and individualist lifestyles also suddenly appeared, built around a postmodern style of urbanization, the disnification of city centers coupled with gentrification, and the emergence of social movements around a mix of self-centered individualism, identity politics, multiculturalism, and sexual preference. Capital did not create these movements, but it did figure out ways to exploit and manipulate them, both in terms of fracturing hitherto important class solidarities and commodifying and channeling the effective demands associated with these movements into niche markets. New electronic technologies with widespread applications in both production and consumption had a huge impact upon labor processes as well as on the conduct of daily life for the mass of the population. Laptops, mobile phones and iPods are everywhere. That the new electronic technologies of the 1990s held the answer to all the world's problems became the fetish mantra of the 1990s. And all of this presaged an equally huge shift in mental conceptions of the world, such that an even more intensive possessive individualism arose, along with money-making, indebtedness, speculation in asset values, privatization, and the widespread acceptance of personal responsibility as a cultural norm across social classes. Preliminary studies of those caught up in the foreclosure wave now indicate, for example, that many of them blame themselves, rather than systemic conditions, for not being able, for whatever reason, to live up to the personal responsibility entailed in home ownership. The view of the appropriate role of the state and of state power shifted dramatically during the neoliberal years, only now to be challenged as the state has to step in with massive aid to deal with the current crisis. Of course, the details were much more complicated than this, and the myriad forces at work flowed in all manner of cross-cutting directions. On the world stage, uneven geographical developments of neoliberalism were everywhere in evidence, along with differentials of resistance. All I wish to illustrate here is how much the world changed, depending upon where one was, across all of these spheres between 1980 and 2010. The co-evolutionary movement has been palpable and obvious to anyone who has lived through it. The danger for social theory as well as for popular understandings is to see one of the spheres as determinant. When the architect on the South Korean urban jury said only mental conceptions matter, he was making a very common move, doubtless impelled by an understandable desire for simplification. But such simplifications are both unwarranted and dangerously misleading. We are, in fact, surrounded with dangerously oversimplistic monocausal explanations. In a best-selling book, The World is Flat, the journalist Thomas Friedman shamelessly espouses a version of technological determinism, which he mistakenly attributes to Marx. Jared Diamond's best-selling book on guns, germs, and steel argues that the relation to nature is what counts, thus transforming human evolution into a tale of environmental determinism. Africa is poor for environmental reasons, not, he says, because of racial inferiorities or, what he does not say, because of centuries of imperialist plundering, beginning with the slave trade. Acemoglu et al. Prove without doubt that innovations in institutional arrangements are what really account for the differential wealth of nations. In the Marxist and anarchist traditions there is a good deal of class struggle determinism. Others place social relations of gender, sexuality, or racialization in the vanguard of social evolution. Still others preach that the current problems arise out of an errant individualism and universal human greed. Idealism, in which mental conceptions are placed in the vanguard of social change, has an immensely long tradition, most spectacularly represented by Hegel's theory of history. There are, however, many other versions in which the visions and ideas of powerful innovators and entrepreneurs or of religious leaders or utopian political thinkers, such as some versions of Maoism, are placed at the center of everything. Changing beliefs and values are, it is said, what really matter. Change the discourses, it is sometimes said, and then the world will change. The workerist wing in the Marxist tradition, on the other hand, treats the labor process as the only position from which truly revolutionary change can come, because the real power to change the world lies exclusively in the activity of laboring. From this starting point and only from this starting point is it possible, claims John Holloway, to change the world without taking power. In yet another popular text, Blessed Unrest, Paul Hawken makes it seem as if social change in our times can only emanate and already is emanating from the practical engagements of millions of people seeking to transform their daily lives in the particular places in which they live, casting aside all of those political ideologies and utopian mental conceptions, from communism to neoliberalism, that have proved so disastrous in the past. The left version of this now sees the politics of everyday life in particular locales as the fundamental seedbed for both political action and radical change. The creation of local solidarity economies is the exclusive answer. On the other hand, there is a whole school of historians and political philosophers who, by choosing the title of institutionalists, signal their adherence to a theory of social change that privileges command over and reform of institutional and administrative arrangements as fundamental. Capture and smash state power is the revolutionary Leninist version of this. Another radical version derives from Michel Foucault's focus on questions of governmentality, which interestingly analyzes the intersections between two spheres, institutional and administrative systems and daily life, construed as body politics. Each position in this pantheon of possibilities has something important, albeit one-dimensional, to say about the socio-ecological dynamism of capitalism and the potentiality to construct alternatives. Problems arise, however, when one or other of these perspectives is exclusively and dogmatically viewed as the only source, and hence the primary political pressure point for change. There has been an unfortunate history within social theory of favoring some spheres of activity more than others. Sometimes this reflects a situation in which one or other of the spheres, such as class struggle or technological dynamism, seems to be in the forefront of the transformations then occurring. In such a situation it would be churlish not to acknowledge the forces that are in the vanguard of socio-ecological change in that place and time. The argument is not, therefore, that the seven spheres should always be given equal weight, but that the dialectical tension within their uneven development should always be borne in mind. What appears minor in one era or in one place can become major in the next. Labor struggles are not now in the forefront of the political dynamic in the way they were in the 1960s and early 1970s. Much more attention is now focused on the relation to nature than formerly. Contemporary interest in how the politics of daily life unfolds, the politics of the everyday, is clearly to be welcomed simply because it has not received the attention it should have commanded in the past. Right now we probably do not need yet another exposition on the social impacts of new technologies and organizational forms which have in the past too often been thoughtlessly prioritized. Marx's whole account of the rise of capitalism out of feudalism can in fact be reconstructed and read in terms of a co-evolutionary movement across and between the seven different activity spheres here identified. Capitalism did not supplant feudalism by way of some neat revolutionary transformation resting on the forces mobilized within only one of these spheres. It had to grow within the interstices of the old society and bit by bit supplant it, sometimes through main force, violence, predation, and seizures of assets, but at other times with guile and cunning. And it often lost battles against the old order even as it eventually won the war. As it achieved a modicum of power, however, a nascent capitalist class had to build its alternative social forms at first on the basis of the technologies, social relations, administrative systems, mental conceptions, production systems, relations to nature and patterns of daily life as these had long been constituted under the preceding feudal order. It took a co-evolution and uneven development in the different spheres before capitalism found not only its own unique technological base but also its belief systems and mental conceptions, its unstable but clearly class-ridden configurations of social relations, its curious spatio-temporal rhythms and its equally special forms of daily life, to say nothing of its production processes and its institutional and administrative framework, before it was possible to say that this was truly capitalism. Even as it did so, it carried within it multiple marks of the differential conditions under which the transformation to capitalism had been wrought. While too much has probably been made of the differentials between Protestant, Catholic, and Confucian traditions in marking out significant differences in how capitalism works in different parts of the world, it would be foolhardy to suggest that such influences are irrelevant or even negligible. Furthermore, once capitalism found its own feet, so it engaged in a perpetual revolutionary movement across all the spheres to accommodate the inevitable stresses of endless capital accumulation at a compound rate of growth. Working class habits and mores in Britain in the 1950s and 1960s bear little relationship to daily life habits and mental conceptions of the working classes, along with the redefinition of what constitutes a working class social relation in the first place, that emerged in the 1990s. The process of co-evolution that capitalism sets in motion has been perpetual. Perhaps one of the biggest failures of past attempts to build socialism has been the reluctance to engage politically across all of these spheres and to let the dialectic between them open up possibilities rather than close them down. Revolutionary communism, particularly that of the Soviet sort, even more particularly after the period of revolutionary experimentation of the 1920s, was terminated by Stalin, who reduced the dialectic of relations between the spheres to a single-track program in which productive forces, technologies, were placed in the vanguard of change. This approach inevitably failed. It led to stasis, stagnant administrative and institutional arrangements, turned daily life into monotony and froze the possibility to explore new social relations or mental conceptions. It paid no mind to the relation to nature with disastrous consequences. Lenin, of course, had no option except to strive to create communism on the basis of the configuration given by the preceding order, part feudal and part capitalist, and from this standpoint his embrace of the Fordist factory, its technologies and organizational forms, as a necessary step in the transition to communism is understandable. He plausibly argued that if the transition to socialism and then communism was to work, then it had to be initially on the basis of the most advanced technologies and organizational forms that capitalism had produced. but there was no conscious attempt, particularly after Stalin took over, to imagine and begin to move towards the construction of truly socialist let alone communist technologies and organizational forms. Mao's overwhelming dialectical sense of how contradictions worked, as well as his recognition, in principle at least, that a revolution had to be permanent or nothing at all, led him to consciously prioritize revolutionary transformation in different activity spheres in different historical phases. The Great Leap Forward emphasized production and technological and organizational change. It failed in its immediate objectives and produced a massive famine, but almost certainly had a huge impact upon mental conceptions. The Cultural Revolution sought to radically reconfigure social relations and mental conceptions of the world directly. While it is contemporary received wisdom to say that he failed miserably in both of these endeavors, the suspicion lurks that in many respects the astonishing economic performance and revolutionary transformation that have characterized China since the shift towards institutional and administrative reforms from the late 1970s onwards have rested solidly on the real achievements of the Maoist period, in particular the break with many traditional mental conceptions and social relations within the masses as the party deepened its grasp over daily life. Mao completely reorganized the delivery of healthcare in the 1960s, for example, by sending an army of barefoot doctors out into the hitherto neglected and impoverished rural regions to teach elementary preventive medicine, public health measures and prenatal care. The dramatic reductions in infant mortality that resulted just happened to produce the labor surpluses that fueled China's growth surge after 1980. China also enforced draconian limitations on reproductive activity through a one-child-per-family policy. That all of this opened the path towards a certain kind of capitalist development is an unintended consequence of huge significance. How, then, might revolutionary strategies be construed in the light of this co-evolutionary theory of social change? It provides a framework for inquiry that can have practical implications for thinking through everything from grand revolutionary strategies to redesign of urbanization and city life. At the same time, it signals that we perpetually confront contingencies, contradictions, and autonomous possibilities as well as a host of unintended consequences. As with the transition from feudalism to capitalism, there are plenty of interstitial spaces in which to start alternative social movements that are anti-capitalist. But there are also plenty of possibilities for well-intended moves to be co-opted or go catastrophically wrong. Conversely, seemingly negative developments may turn out surprisingly well. Should that deter us? Since evolution in general and in human societies in particular, with or without the capitalist imperative, cannot be stopped, then we have no option but to be participants in the drama. The only choice is whether we seek to be conscious of how our interventions are working or not and to be ready to change course rapidly as conditions unfold or as unintended consequences become more apparent. The evident adaptability and flexibility of capitalism here provide an important model worthy of emulation. So where shall we start our revolutionary anti-capitalist movement? Mental conceptions. The relation to nature? Daily life and reproductive practices? Social relations? Technologies and organizational forms? Labor processes? The capture of institutions and their revolutionary transformation? A survey of alternative thinking and of oppositional social movements would show different currents of thought, more often than not unfortunately posed as mutually exclusive, as to where it is most appropriate to begin. But the implication of the co-evolutionary theory here proposed is that we can start anywhere and everywhere as long as we do not stay where we start from. The revolution has to be a movement in every sense of that word. If it cannot move within, across, and through the different spheres, then it will ultimately go nowhere at all. Recognizing this, it becomes imperative to envision alliances between a whole range of social forces configured around the different spheres. Those with a deep knowledge of how the relation to nature works need to ally with those deeply familiar with how institutional and administrative arrangements function, how science and technology can be mobilized, how daily life and social relations can most easily be reorganized, how mental conceptions can be changed, and how production and the labor process can be reconfigured. Commentary. This chapter from The Enigma of Capital summarizes my view of how Marx's evolutionary thinking can be put to work to grapple with the complexities of capitalism's current and future trajectories and to get an idea of how, why, and when it might evolve into some other mode of production. Marx embeds other kinds of limited technical and economic inquiries, some of which take the form of mathematical models, into this grander evolutionary view of capital as a dynamic and perpetually changing totality of social and natural relations. It is vital to understand the fluidity of the processes by which capital gets reproduced and from time to time reconstituted into different configurations. The intersecting pressures for change in productive and social relations, consumption and distribution, our relations to nature, institutional arrangements, and our daily lives, along with our conceptions of the world, form a totality that is evolving, always in motion, and perpetually crisis-prone. A finer-grained analysis, of the sort I presented in 17 Contradictions and the End of Capitalism, reveals the inner tensions within the capitalist system that form the mainsprings of change. A study of the multiple interlocking contradictions of capital allows us to see more clearly the impossibilities, the insanity, and irrational consequences of the endless accumulation that capital demands. It is imperative that we begin to think through the political strategies required to confront the excesses of capital in the here and now and find openings for the construction of viable political economic alternatives.